Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asseto. You could face higher fuel prices if the government implements a proposal to increase the road maintenance levy from 18 shillings to 25 shillings per litre. According to a report tabled by the National Assembly Finance Committee Chair Kimani Kuria on the Finance Bill 2024, the levy has not been amended since 2017 despite the increase in fuel prices over the years. Kuria also defended the eco levy contained in the Finance Bill 2024, saying manufacturers are willing to pay for it.
The responsibility of the payment of this eco levy is not on the consumer. It is on the manufacturer in that country of origin. And this again is in line with best practice. It has been introduced in Tanzania, it has been introduced in several countries, and most of these larger manufacturers are more than willing to pay this eco levy to make sure that the product that they produce at the end of the life of that product, they are able to be collected, to be reused or recycled to prevent eroding of our environment, Honorable Speaker.
And legislators debated the Finance Bill 2024 ahead of voting today, as both camps gave reasons as to why they either support or reject the bill. Several legislators, including Suba North MP Milio Odhiambo and his Suna East counterpart Junet Mohammed, vowed to shoot down the bill, saying it will make lives difficult for Kenyans who are already overtaxed. As you speak here is Milio Odhiambo.
I do not support the finance bill, and I'll give you the reasons why I don't support it. One, I don't support it because it's devoid of a strong policy underpinning. Number two, I don't support it because it's not premised on a better model but on a beta model. The KK government told us that their things are premised on BETA, but increasingly we are seeing it premised on BITTER, beta model. That's why I'll not support it. And Mr. Speaker, the other reason I will not support it, it's because it encourages opulence. Look at how much money I have. Look at the price of my watch.
Jeanette said the bill was not intended for human beings, vowing to shoot it down.
I stand to oppose the Finance Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, when this bill landed in the House, Mr. Speaker, and it was tabled for the first reading, Mr. Speaker, and I took a copy of it, Mr. Speaker, I said this bill, I'm sure, was not made on earth. It must have been made somewhere else, Mr. Speaker. Because no human being can sit somewhere and craft that kind of bill, Mr. Speaker, for people who live on this earth, Mr. Speaker.
But on the other side, Aina Moi MP Benjamin Lagat, who's the deputy chairperson of the Finance Committee, has urged MPs to support the bill as it will help the country realize its dreams and aspirations.
Even as we talk about protecting the Kenyans, which we have done, Mr. Speaker, we must also help our country to raise revenue so that we stop the shame of borrowing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, as I've said, the committee listened to the patient exercise, and we have incorporated all the negative items, Mr. Speaker, which were in the bill. We have removed all of them, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this House should unanimously support and vote for the bill.
And as the Azimio Coalition has reaffirmed its opposition to the Finance Bill 2024, urging opposition MPs to shoot it down. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka led his colleagues Eugene Omalo of DAP-K and Jeremiah Kioni of Jubilee in denouncing the bill.
Yani munadanganya wa Kenya ati housing tax italeta affordable housing, na tunajua ni nyinyi na girlfriends zenu munatafuta hiyo mapayo. Hakuna mwananchi mtasaidia. Kila mjumbe hawa ndio waseme hashtag mulika mjumbe wako. Bado anamulikwa. Anthony Oloch mjumbe wenu. Mawadhe nimeongea na yeye nikasema musitoke kwa bunge mpaka muangushe hiyo finance bill.
Kalonzo also thanked Kenyans for opposing the bill through street protest and decried police brutality during the demos. This is President William Ruto broke his silence on the protest against the Finance Bill 2024, saying Kenyans are exercising their constitutional right. Ruto, however, urged Kenyans to equally allow independent institutions such as Parliament to also exercise their responsibility constitutionally over the matter.
And civil society is free to do what they want to do. We are a democratic country. We have no problem. Those who want to demonstrate, they can demonstrate. It is their right. No problem. But the decisions have to be made by institutions. We will make decisions as the executive. We will take it to the legislature. people of Kenya will speak to it through.
This is News. I'm Dennis Asseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Revenge is for children. It's for kids. When you grow up, you realize the best revenge you can take on somebody is to ignore them.
I'm just new in politics. It is not everybody's cup of tea. That's why some people come in one term and that's it for them.
Political parties in this country do not have ideologies, whether luring or otherwise.
And that is the effect of corruption.
Any time an offense occurs anywhere in the country, it is the job of the Inspector General to look into it. Whether it's corruption, whether it's murder, whether it's petty, that is his job.
If we have chosen to be a corrupt nation, then we produce corrupt leaders. Everything then becomes chaotic that you cannot be able to change a nation.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tuned into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen.
Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. It gets over.
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes?
What the big boys have also done. I'm very proud of myself. When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
How are we comparison? I mean, you kill a mouse.
What do they say?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So
See?
Your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes, my name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning. It is Thursday. All right, where are you today? And let's take a look at what's happening with traffic this morning. Actually, really not much. You get your streets. Mombasa is already being worked on this morning, and we know that that's going to happen for the next couple of days as they try to work out some recarpeting issues. But apart from that, I think we'll be all right. They're going to clear up that in just a little while. Coming off of Thika Superhighway, not anything in terms of traffic getting into the CBD. And then also we're looking at some traffic starting to build on Jogo Road, heading through towards Landis. And Kangunda Road usually will have some traffic in and outbound as folks try to get onto Outer Ring, but still very early, not looking at much. A bit of a sprinkle here and there in the city. Keeping an eye on things this morning is what we'll do. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning to you at 10 minutes after 6 o'clock and welcome to Thursday. How are you? And hope all is well. Coming into a new day. Let's see new things already on the 20th of June. June, where did you go? June is already over. 10 days towards the end of the year, according to government, and many things are still going on over the next 10 days that are going to be very, very interesting to watch. Country seems to be on tenterhooks in terms of, what's going to happen with the finance bill, who's going to say what is going to happen. But we're all here for it and to continue to push those conversations that are absolutely important. Good morning to you. I'm here, and so is CT. CT, good morning.
Good morning.
Wait. Microphone. Say it again.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
How's life?
Life is all right.
I was thinking about how chilly it is. And I was thinking about some of the radio stations that I tune into.
Yeah.
And how some people begin their greetings. Good morning on this very, very chilly Nairobi.
It would not be me who said something like that.
No.
Because, I don't really feel the chill.
No. You're amphibious.
What? Are calling me a reptile?
No.
Amphibian.
Yes,
okay.
Not reptile.
Mm-hmm.
A reptile, yes, represents that particular class of creatures, but...
Okay, so we'll go with amphibian.
Yes.
I don't know. Would I be a frog? Would I be a...
we're all animals. Those creatures are also animals.
In my next life, I would like to come back as a platypus. That was very interesting.
Platypus is good.
Yeah, isn't it?
Yes.
Webbed feet, duck bill, being able to swim, hold your breath underwater. You're still,
You get the impression that the manufacturer was using bits, or what remained?
What remained? So we've got some webbed feet here, throw it here. We finished with the ducks.
Ducks, okay, but these webbed feet have to go somewhere.
Give it. Then, okay, they've got some lungs so they can survive in the water and on land as well.
Yeah.
Throw it in there.
Yeah, there are some seals, but no, not the beak.
Oh my goodness, crazy. Welcome to this morning. A number of conversations lined up for you today. Yes, Eric is still away. He'll be back next week. Conversations continue, however. So let's share what we'll be talking about as we get into it today. All right. At 7 a.m. we'll be talking with the good people. At 8 a.m. we'll be talking with the good people from youth and women engagement in electoral processes, the findings of post-election research. And this is Abubakar Said and Joyce Atieno from Uraia. Joyce is an anthropologist, interesting, and a diversity champion, while Abubakar is an expert of democracy and governance. And they're both coming in under the Uraia platform as we discuss some of these things in terms of their importance. All right. And then also this morning at 7 a.m. we'll be talking with Jamin Kuswania, who's been here before, as well as Doris Kawira. We'll be looking at solidarity with refugees and enhancing refugee integration. It's a conversation that we've had previously, but we're looking at now the enhancement of that. And then finally this morning at 9 a.m. Dr. Babu Owino. This is his AKA, but now we're also saying otherwise known as Mr. Paul Ongili rather, will be here with us at 9 o'clock. And we'll be looking at issues around the finance bill, of course, and what Parliament is doing with this. The finance bill versus the high cost of living. He is a member of Parliament and he'll be with us at 9 a.m. to go into that conversation. So yes, quite some conversations to have today, from the electoral process and then towards refugees and then back towards the finance bill today. Conversations kept hot and alive right here on Kenya's Biggest Conversation. We're going to take a break right now and take a look at what's happening with the weather. I can see everybody has trickled in this morning. We'll say hello to you. Tell us where you're tuned in from. Let's say hi and then we'll get into it at 6:15.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
This morning at 14, we'll see highs of 19 and we'll see highs of 23. In a mostly clear Nakuru at 16 and cloudy. In Nyeri with highs of 20 and we'll see highs of 30. We'll see highs of 24 in a clear Eldoret at 13. Mombasa this morning is raining at 23, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 in a rainy Malindi, currently at 24. Looking into Kisumu, it's 18 and clear with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28 in a clear Kakamega at 16. Into Kampala, clear at 20 with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 23 is mostly cloudy, going to highs of 29. Johannesburg clear this morning at 7 degrees with highs of 19, while looking into a mostly cloudy Mogadishu at 26, we'll see highs of 30. It's 13 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21, while Lagos is mostly clear at 27. It'll go to highs of 31, and we'll see highs of 31 in a mostly cloudy Kinshasa at 22. It's partly sunny at 28 Thursday afternoon in Beijing, going to highs of 35, and into a cloudy Paris at 17. We'll see highs of 22. It's 12 and mostly cloudy in London, highs of 22, and New York Wednesday night through the heat wave is 23 and clear. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 21.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Everybody in the room this morning, I love to see it. Thanks always for checking in and doing so. Join us as we get into these conversations, but let's say hello to you real quick. Don Sabwa, we see you this morning. Mwauka Bwanji, CT, and Ifoma. Ifoma has an E after the F. Every day I'm teaching you how to spell this name, Don, but it's okay. We'll get there eventually. IFEOMA. Yes, Gen Z and millennials will be in town. So apparently today is another day of protests. The bill is up again for debate today. So let's see what happens through that, isn't it? So good morning to you. Tano Teka, we see you as well. Kaende is what Pablo is saying. Good morning to you. Good morning, Spice team. Let the show begin. Yes, here we are. Jimmy Munuthi. Good morning to you. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert Mbogo. And Ezra Ndira says, good morning, everybody. We as Gen Z, we are ready for today. All right. Tune in from Kitengela is Mura. And Toti Bishop says, as a Kenyan right now, you are a traitor if you keep quiet about this bill or you don't have a stand. It's like people saying they see no color. That's interesting. Agri Bomani says, good morning, tuned in. Today will be police versus Gen Z. Is that what it's going to be? Let's meet in Nairobi. No destruction, please. No violence. Kenya power, says George Washira. Joe Mungai is tuned in from Bonnie Lake in Washington and says, thanking all men and women who stood up and straightened the backs, ready to face our MPs in Kenya today. Okay. Robinson Kisera is also tuned in from Hong Kong this morning. And yes, coming back to debating the bill in the House today. Jeffrey Mogaka says, good morning. Lloyd Tok, we are locked. Yes. Jimmy Wekes is also tuned in. Mercy Mkala says, good morning from Voi. Hello, Princess Ndu. Hello, Leo. Good morning, everybody. We need compensation for brain cells death watching the parliament proceedings for 2 consequent days. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Georgia Koff says, good morning, Ndu, Ednah, Eric, CT, Diego. I'm watching you live from Miami, Florida. Ongera Gen Z, Spice Trio has done us Kenyans proud. Well, thank you very much for that. Ongani Malala says, all these problems is as a result of greedy and corrupt leaders. It is possible. Tiberius, I will insist on calling you Tiberius. Is that okay? Good morning, team. To our government, with all its wisdom, invited friends from afar and yet gated the citizens out. This is interesting, isn't it? That there were members from the US Congress or some parliament that were watching the proceedings in parliament yesterday, but others were shut out. Kenyans were shut out. I thought that was quite interesting, looking at that. But okay.
This is Kenya. Interesting things happen.
Anything can happen, my friend.
Yes.
We're dealing in the world of the absurd. But anyway, Kabogoji, we see you tuned in, and Oliver says, took a live. Tuning from Nakuru is Kamar. Good to see you. Brian Otieno is here. Josh Kamar is also tuned in. And Inspiring Music is here. Supreme, good morning to you. Tuned in from Qatar. Okay, that's an interesting one. Joseph Ondigi says good morning. Tuned in from Gusiland. Nugi Kahiga says good morning. Tuned in. Good to have you here. Stephen Ombaba says good morning. Somebody help the president interpret the constitution. Okay. Kamaro is also tuned in this morning. Wiki Aarons is here. JB Mutua is tuned in. Akiki says hello. Patrick Mugo is also tuned in. Helena Ching, good morning, Spice team. I clearly see the danger of electing a person who has studied plants to lead human beings. Okay. Peter and Jag is also tuned in. David Sindio, everybody, we see you. If I didn't get to you, it doesn't mean I didn't see you, but we're very glad that you're here with us today as we pick up on these conversations this morning. We are in the island nation of Mauritius. Beautiful country, by the way. CT.
Yes.
Huh?
A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
No?
No. No.
Good things take time.
They do.
Well, everything has a process.
They take time.
You start here and finish here, but it's going to take time in order to complete it.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes. It has a known cycle.
Mm.
You see, these are the rhythms of life. Okay, now understanding it is the rhymes and the reason.
See, that could be the title of a really good book.
It's the title of a song.
The Rhythms of Life.
The rhymes and reason.
Oh, no. I mean, the rhythms of life. I think you should write that down, CT. And copyright it real quick.
Let's write what down?
The Rhythms of Life. Make it a title for a book or something.
Rhythms of Life.
Or can I take it?
You can have it, and you can even have the rhymes and the reason.
Thank you very much. I'm going to actually note. I'm going to note it down.
Yes.
I like it.
If you look at what's happening right now around the country, not in Nairobi, that's what's happening. The tempo has gone a notch higher.
Oh, it has.
But it's not just the tempo. That's why the rhythm comes in. Because it's not just one instrument. It's many instruments. The horn instrument, the percussions. These things are now beginning to sync.
Indeed.
And when you talk about a new generation, please understand what they represent. They represent the coming of age of the communication. What? Age. Yes.
This is the age that we are in right now.
We are in the communication age.
We went through the waves of others, and went to
This is the communication age. And the young people that we keep talking about, this is their age. They were born into it. They understand it better than the rest of us. And if anything, the rest of us are playing catch up.
That it will yield results is the hope, I think, across board. Yes?
Yes, it is.
Let's look into the headlines this morning and see what is clicking. UDA death. Allah? Okay. Ruto crafts giant party. United Democratic Alliance, the party that propelled President William Ruto to power, is on its deathbed. It is breathing, they've put what are those things called?
Which things?
That you put on the chest and they say, clear, dudush.
That's those things.
Clear, dudush. That's apparently how the party is looking right now. The announcement was made at State House, where it was agreed to fold it up and start a new outfit.
We do this all the time, don't we?
That's what it is.
Huh?
Defibrillator.
Defibrillator.
Defibrillator. I think. Kitu kama hiyo.
Defibrillator.
Hiyo. Then it has those two clamps that they put the gel. Then they do like that. Then they put it on the chest. Then you do. Then
they give you shock.
Shock. Hiyo. Sasa. Apparently that's the party is on the bed, but now they don't want to shock it back to life. They want it to die, or rather they're killing it, and then they want to bring on some uber party.
Do they understand what they're actually doing?
I don't know.
We've had super parties before, and in this country it's like they're born so that they can die young. Yes.
Well, let's see what that's going to look like. We'll look into the details of that story. How tax debate birthed a new youth revolt. It's on the paper. I did not say it. I promise you it's on the paper. How tax debate birthed new youth revolt. Not my words, but it is here. We'll look into that as well. MPs haggle over levies as IMF threat looms. This IMF that is just hanging over, it's like this, it's just like constant eternal umbrella. Well, it's not raining.
We went to them.
We went to them to ask
borrow
for
money. Yes. And when you borrow money from them, they've been at this thing for quite a while, and the way they go about getting their pound of flesh is not a secret. So when you get into bed with these people, you do understand that the warmth you're seeking is only temporary. Then the cold winds come. Blow, blow, thou cold wind, blow.
Well, hey, City is waxing lyrical this morning. Where?
Thou art cold, but not as cold as man's ingratitude.
Ingratitude.
Yes.
Okoh Obado has walked free for a song.
Yes.
That's what we are being told here.
In one case. There is another one where he has not quite walked free.
That's what the Standard is saying. Interestingly, the Nation has gone, all ham on this, and that's actually the headline on the Nation today, taking up most of the column inches on the front page. Off the hook, former Migori Governor Okoh Obado has recorded a consent at the High Court, giving the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission the go-ahead to take over multi-million shilling assets acquired using stolen public funds. In return, the anti-graft agency has dropped 2 billion shillings corruption cases against Mr. Obado and his children. Remember when Philip Kagusha was here and he told us one of the things that they're really getting into now in order to be able to seal some of these is plea bargaining. This is an example of that. There's a major plea bargain that has taken place here. EACC says, all right, fine, we will not come after you. Court says, okay, how about let's put this on the table. We won't come after you, but let's have access to this money. It'll be returned. Essentially, you're saying, without saying, that you did it. But okay. Let's take a look at some of those details. Gen Z protests against proposed taxes spread to Mombasa. Protesters march on Kenyatta Avenue in Mombasa yesterday during demonstrations against new tax measures proposed in the Finance Bill 2024. The Occupy Parliament demos are expected to resume today in Nairobi. Finance bill. MPs fury at the plan to raise fuel prices. The debate that went on in the House yesterday was quite spirited between the minority, majority, everybody
chairman of finance, this and the other.
Those who said they don't know what he said, those who read it verbatim for you to understand. 7 shillings is what we're going to increase fuel prices by. Standard. Everybody was shouting. It was an interesting day in Parliament yesterday.
Was the Speaker in the House?
Yes, he was.
And he allowed this drama to continue?
Oh, yes, he did. He allowed 45 minutes for the opening of the debate. He allowed another 45 minutes for the rebuttal. He then went and allowed people to come in points of order, and it was back and forth. Opio Wandai was in fine form yesterday, as was Robert Mbui. And so let's see what today's debates will look like. Ramaphosa sworn in for a second term. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa sworn in for a second and last term, in which his ANC will share power after it lost its majority for the first time in 30 years of democracy. That should be fun. Varsity sacks 350 staff over fake academic papers. Over 350 members of staff at the Technical University of Kenya has been struck off the payroll after an audit found that they hold questionable academic documents. I wonder when this fire will spread to other areas. I'm just saying.
This fire has spread before. We've had situations where we've heard of... And by the way, I'm not talking about it yesterday.
No.
Long before yesterday.
Let's see what happens by the... Maybe they were given until 31st of December this year to... start resigning or we'll sack you. this is now in the public service. So moving from universities through. Okay, let's see. Brother's tragic tale of a Dubai job scam. 2 brothers here in Nairobi who thought they were going to Dubai to work. Clearly not. Report, low tax incomes messing county finances. Who's that? Yeah, Rebecca Miano addresses participants during the launch of the Commission on Revenue Allocations, Tariffs and Pricing Policy at the Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi on Tuesday. And this basically what they're saying about this report, that you're not able to get as much as you should. And so now counties are not able to operate properly, etc., etc. What do you have, CT?
In the Star, top right-hand corner in teal green, taxpayers pay 5 billion Kenya shillings for incomplete JKIA Greenfield Terminal project. Not terminal illness, as in
I was going to say, who's dying?
Airport terminal. But that's not the only amount they paid. There's another 600 million which is there. We were supposed to prepay the contractor. And that's what the contractor was prepaid. But as you know, it was never completed. So that eternal question of
where did the money go?
Yes, let me address the money. Whither goest thou?
You're not going to let go of this thing today,
no,
are you?
Today. Nah. Today is the day.
Okay.
Huh?
Twende kazi basi.
Draw ye nigh.
Oh, wow.
Okay, let's go on. Caught up in crossfire of tax protests. This is a story about a journalist who works with the Star by the name of Dennis Gatuma. He was going about his business, plying his trade, taking photographs, recording the happenings. This is around 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
He was witnessed by some policemen, said, who you? And I had to pick a picture. Off.
Took off.
Around the corner.
Xiang.
Found some people. What? See that Land Cruiser? Get in.
Yeah. Oh no,
I'm a journalist. I am a journalist.
I'm allowed to be here. Here's my card.
That's all right. Get in. Police station. Police station. Other people already there. They all bundled together. Confiscated. Phone, watch, money. Confiscated. Other groups come in. Boniface Mwangi. Ndani. Okay, but remember yesterday they were released unconditionally.
Yeah, yesterday now. They spent the night though.
Night, then released.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you, go. No, you don't
charge,
nothing. No, you don't have to report anywhere.
Thanks for visiting.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Your friendly neighborhood police cells and so forth. Yes, a brief scholarship for a Kenyan citizen. Gen Z is how we planned anti-tax demonstration. Twitter power. Okay, this Twitter is which is now called X, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So XX power. All right, right. ANC UDA merger. DP Gachagua lead agent as UDA set to swallow ANC. That's all right. This is a trend we see, and then an election after this, something happens. If they lose, they either morph into some other reptile, and then. But it's the end of it. So we don't build political parties here, not really.
No.
And the ones we have are few and far between. And we often wonder whether the leader of that particular party, or rather, let me rephrase, whether that party will outlive or outlast or live after.
It's true. I agree. I think there are very few examples of political parties on the continent that have actually grown individuals, that have grown people around a party ideology, ANC being one of them, and in South Africa, CCM in Tanzania being one. KANU, I think, came close. That's why I agree with what Mutahi Kagwe said yesterday. KANU would have come close to that, if not for, things here and there.
KANU came very close to it.
PDP in Nigeria comes very close as well. But we just kind of let it slip through the cracks.
But what is of interest, though, if you look at, say, how many political parties go about their business in the West, nondescript political parties. I remember when the Green Party came into being.
Yeah.
Talk about over 2 decades ago, blah, blah, blah. You wondered, what are these guys talking about? My goodness, they're a force now.
Big time.
Huh?
In fact, their opinion is taken into consideration.
Yes.
Quite so. Even if they're not in the forerunning when it comes to presidential power in the Senate.
But they're needed for coalition purposes.
Exactly.
In a sense, that is a good thing for us. You know why? When you have coalitions and people have to talk to each other, it is good. These monolithic parties that control everything.
Like what UDA wants to do now.
Yeah, that's what they think they want to do. Bang in the middle of the paper, under pressure, MPs currently debating the controversial finance bill. Ruto headache as anti-tax protests spread nationwide. Analysts warn that demos could spiral into a full-blown uprising. Okay? Towns where anti-finance bill demos are scheduled today. It's planned. Eldoret, Kisumu, Laikipia, Nakuru, Nyeri, Meru, Kilifi.
Okay. Well, let's see. It's now on to the Senator.
And after this, another list will present itself.
Yes, it will. Nairobi continues today as well, from what we hear.
And then the list will increase and others
will join.
Yes, and then before you know it, the entire country will be engulfed in demonstrations.
All right, let's take a break and take a look at what's happening with traffic, and then we'll come back and continue with taking a look directly into some of these stories. Sawa. Let's take a look at the roads and come back shortly after this.
Everybody, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Heri Latifa, Muga, Madam Du, nimesalamia wote sana.
Tumepokea salamu, asante sana.
Hapa Garissa today the weather is very good, only that baridi inatupeleka mbio sana.
Baridi ni degree ngapi hapa?
Hata sijui lakini madam tunakauka sana.
If you want to follow the money trail, you've got to think like a thief to be able to catch that thief.
A slap from a friend is better than a kiss from an enemy. You remember the kiss of Judas Iscariot?
Yes.
Is the one that imetuweka kwa hii mashida yote na mataabu kwa sababu of that kiss. Yet the slap of Jesus Christ when he slapped those guys wenye walikuwa wanauza mboga ndani ya kanisa took them to heaven.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on the roads right now. Some traffic starting to build on Kangundu Road, and we'll see that that's heavy as you go towards Outer Ring. But nothing too crazy at this moment, so I think that's just all right. Then coming off the Thika Superhighway, that has already increased going through towards Muranga Road as you then approach the city centre. But apart from that, we're not seeing anything happening on the roads this morning. Let's just wait and see how that develops as we get closer into traffic hour. We're here for it. Let us know what's going on where you are. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. So let's look at this Obado story, shall we? Okay. Now, we all know that this case has been in court. These cases have been in court for a while. Former Migori Governor Okoh Obado and the Anti-Graft Agency have reached a compromise in a deal that will see him forfeit 2 high-end vehicles, a house in Loresho, and other properties worth 235 million shillings. In a consent recorded before High Court Judge Esther Minor, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission dropped the cases of unexplained wealth against Mr. Obado and his children, among others. The commission deduced verifiable works and projects from the documents filed by the defendants, undertook a verification exercise of the said works, and established that some works had been satisfactorily done. Right? He forfeited 2 Land Cruisers, which were seized in 2020, a house in Loresho, 2 apartments and a maisonette in Greenspan, all in Nairobi. He will also forfeit a 2-story block, a commercial block known as Sunrise Centre, worth 88 million, and a 5-story residential block estimated to be worth 57.6 million, which are all in Suna East, as well as another property in Kamagambo, worth 10 million. So all of these things, we give them up, and then we essentially give us all of these things. They become states and comes back to the state, and we will not come after you. Essentially, is what they are being told here. So that all happens, and then he's off the hook for a 2 billion shilling case of unexplained wealth. allegedly siphoned from the Migori County government, and they wanted the court to rule on whether it constituted unexplained wealth as per Section 55 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act. So the Anti-Graft Agency had filed 2 cases, one seeking forfeiture of unexplained assets worth 1.9 billion, and another petition seeking the recovery of assets worth 73.4 million as proceeds of corruption. So basically they sat at the table and said, okay, what can we do here? And they said, okay, give us all of this property and we drop this case against you. And that's what seems to be happening right now in terms of all of these monies that are unexplained. And they said, okay, fine, you can have it all, just drop the case and then we keep it moving. And that is exactly what is going to happen. Go.
No, I'm still reading the happenings of the day, and what I'm musing over is, unfortunately, this morning, given the hours that we check in, my mind has been occupied by historical events that began innocuously, and I'm trying to figure out when the twist comes in, or when it sets in to bring about monumental change. And my mind went to West Africa. One moment West Africa was just moving along. Then one country decides, something, we're taking certain things into our hands. The military come in. Not the first time. The only difference is then another. Then another country says, something, there's this thing you've been mining here forever and giving us peanuts and giving it some of these. It's not happening. It's that story.
Yeah.
The change, though, because things are quiet on that front, is we're actually witnessing situations where leaders are actually doing what they said they're going to do. This is very different. Now, we are in the throes of impending change. And what I'm wondering is, how are those who are currently in positions of authority going to take it? Will they ride the wave? Will they understand what it is that is happening and realize that if they do not make the necessary changes will overwhelm them?
Absolutely.
Right. Let me look at the article. We're looking at what took stage, Gen Z protest against bill, and I'm looking at the stories of what those who were in the throes of it are saying. Anissa, one of the organizers of the march, told the Star she has been speaking out on many issues affecting the public, starting with the floods, the management of public funds.
Hanifa.
Yes. And this saw well-wishers send her money to facilitate the protests. Okay? So there's funding for the protests. The well-wishers locally and abroad sent her money to take care of the fares of the protesters and for things like t-shirts, placards, and whistles.
Okay.
TikTok was like the place of meeting. Many users showed eagerness to participate, and it was organized. I only announced that I was to give people bus fare. They were to book a bus as a group to town, and they would find me at Nation Center, so I pay up. A scene was captured on video when a plainclothes police officer accosted and snatched a bag from her hands. Modric is another TikToker who hyped his audience to speak up against the bill and govern the country. It's not just a finance bill, but an awakening that has not been seen before in this country. You will see a generation take a hard stance on issues affecting society, particularly bad governance. We don't care about the tribe or party, just uphold the constitution. At police stations, young lawyers were at hand to battle for the freedom of the arrested protesters. When Kamau Ngugi, Defenders Coalition Executive Director, paid cash bail to free some of the protesters detained on Tuesday, most of them refused to be freed alone. They said they would only walk out of the cells when everybody who was arrested in the protest was released. Ngugi noted that most of the young protesters were well exposed and seemingly from well-to-do families. He said, at the police station, most of them rejected efforts by their parents to engage police officers to free them.
Wow.
I was at Central Police Station and I witnessed young people engaging a phenomenal solidarity. Most of them had family members waiting outside to pay their bail, but they refused to be released alone. They wanted to be together just as they were singing liberation songs in the cells.
That was quite something to watch, was it not?
It is.
And I think it hit yesterday when Wanjiro was talking about, it was a moment that you couldn't actually take back, where there are folks who are actually fighting and, not fighting, but in their spirit for liberation, for patriotism. And that came straight through. And it was clear that, folks are here fighting in whatever small way they can for their country. And it was a good thing to see. There's a story here, and it talks about duped and left to die. Brother's tragic tale of a Dubai job scam. Now, let me tell you this story. The two brothers would barely hide their excitement as they boarded a Dubai-based flight to the Jomo Kenyatta International at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on the 29th of April. Now, Peter Kimanga, 35, and Kelvin Mwangi, 32, the job opportunity in the United Arab Emirates was their ticket out of poverty and a chance to transform their lives. If everything went according to plan, the brothers would secure jobs at a supermarket, each pocketing a monthly salary of 150,000 shillings in the city that is famed for luxury shopping. Okay? Now, and this chance for a lucky break didn't come cheap. Their mother, Jane Dota, had paid 400,000 shillings to a Kenyan fixer for the job's placement. Julian Wajiko was to receive the brothers in Dubai, offer them temporary accommodation, and help them secure working visas. As is customary with the underhanded overseas job agencies, the brothers were initially traveling on visitors' visas. Consequently, their return tickets indicated that they were to travel back on the 15th of May. However, the understanding by the parties was that this was just a play to beat the immigration hurdle. So you know very well that you're not going to give them these work visas, but they can see a visa that's a visitor's visa and there's an end date to it, but they're going to tell you that before then you would have gotten your other visa, and that's the way to secure the scam. The brothers would not be returning home anytime soon in their quest for greener pastures. As the plane touched down at the Sharjah International Airport, the brothers were mesmerized by the spectacular view of the historic city, boasting two special coastlines, the Arabian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, breathtaking natural landscapes, and iconic architecture. It goes on. Now, Wajiko, remember, was the one who was supposed to offer them temporary accommodation? She did not show up.
Does she actually exist?
We don't even know if Wajiko is living here in Nairobi or she actually does live in Sharjah or in Dubai. Okay? So, on their arrival, she was supposed to be their handler. She had not shown up at the airport to welcome them as agreed. After successfully vying to be the Kiambu County Assembly representative for Kalemoni Ward in Juja Sub-County on a Jubilee Party ticket, so she exists. Wajiko had relocated to Dubai to run a thriving racket targeting desperate job seekers. Now,
to run a thriving racket.
Okay, yes.
Right.
With Wajiko Adosho, another agent picked up the two brothers at the airport and drove them to Jebel Ali, a port town located 35 kilometers southwest of Dubai. Here, the brothers were ushered into an abandoned, dilapidated apartment at Jebel Investment Park. The jobs they had been promised were not forthcoming. Instead, they underwent a harrowing ordeal that would end tragically and separate the brothers for life in a land far away from home. The brothers of life now, okay? Now, the circumstances leading to the death of Kimanga on the 15th of May, on the day the two brothers coincidentally were expected to travel back, according to their tickets, are contested by both parties. Mwangi says they were homeless and slept on the streets.
What?
He says his brother collapsed and died due to harsh treatment. Now, following Kimanga, remember, this is just April 29th. This is when they left. Now, Mwangi could not cope with the depression and threats by the local agent. The family back in Kenya maintains Kimanga had no pre-existing medical condition and disputes a post-mortem examination report that shows that he died of a heart problem. The mother says, remember, she paid 400,000 shillings for them to go? My son died from stress and depression for being homeless. The agent who was supposed to house my sons threatened them. My son was frustrated after Julian Wanjiko Minor duped us and pocketed 400,000 only for them to arrive in Dubai and realize it was a job scam. It is a row that is now the subject of a police investigation. The mother reported the case and booked it under OB at the Matangi police station in Juja sub-county. Duta says she wants a refund for her money and she wants Wanjiku put in jail. The one thing she cannot get back is Kimanga, her son, who died in the streets of Dubai. My goodness, this scamming thing continues. It doesn't stop. And remember when we had the folks from NITA, we had the agencies here, and they said, well, they're doing everything they can to make sure that these folks who are agents are actually agents worth their salt.
Yes, that
but
recorded,
clearly it doesn't happen.
Registered. What then we can say on this matter is, if we believe what we were told, that this is just a one-off. This is one of those situations or one of those agents who slip through the cracks.
One rogue guy.
Yes, exactly. Because the truth is, we don't hear very many complaints as we used to.
No.
There was a time when there was a deluge. Right now, this is the first we've heard in a very long time. Okay?
Hi.
But then on the other hand, there may be more that we do not know of. Yes. If you know of any such cases, please write, tell us. Social media is available for communication. Let us know. We will talk about it. We will raise these issues. Right.
Okay, what you got next?
Remember I was talking about the Botch JKIA terminal deal.
Yes.
You know, this is one of those stories that when you read, you have no choice but to ask yourself fundamental questions. Why were we getting into this sort of deal?
In the first place?
Yes. Where the whole arrangement involves you paying money up front, the work hasn't begun, then you cancel it, then you have to go into arbitration to sort out the matter. And while you're in arbitration, you fork out another 75 million. I mean, we are hemorrhaging money. You are forking out money all the time. And the terminal for which these the funds were intended, that thing is not
doesn't exist.
I get that it doesn't. This doesn't happen on its own. It's not organic. This is something that people craft.
Yeah.
And then they use the powers of state. They go through this channel or the other channel and they find ways of ensuring that what? It can be written off. Anyway.
There are too many, look, I'm sorry, but there are too many of these things whereby money has been sent, there's a prepayment that has been made to a certain contractor, and then for whatever reason, the person just disappears from the face of the earth, the project does not get completed, and then here we are left. I mean, come on, a terminal in an international airport, which would be vital for certain things to happen, and then here we are just pussyfooting around the thing and saying, oh, well, you know, the contractor is not on site, did it? No. What happens to be able to say something was budgeted for, we started the thing, we did a prepayment, it was completed, and we moved on? Why is it so difficult to actually see something start from pre-planning to planning phase? You budget, you allocate, you prospect, you do all of those things, then you begin the project implementation. Why?
Because the intention was
so
never
difficult to finish. Why can't we finish?
Because
we have no finishing power.
No, we had no intention of finishing. These projects are started. Remember the story that Shakil Shabir told us about budgeted corruption? Well, this is it, really. You budget, you start the plan, you embark on a project, knowing full well you have no intentions of ever completing it. None whatsoever. And yet money is spent. Remember the stadia all over the country in the Uhuru government? How many were they? And how many were finished? To date, how many have we finished?
In 6 months' time.
Yeah. Remember there was this very contentious issue in the finance bill where KRA was supposed to be given powers to pry into the M-Pesa accounts.
Yes.
If I were to use onomatopoeia to describe what happened,
please do
upon this debate, it was shot down.
Real fast.
Yep. Kenya Revenue Authority has lost a bid to spy on taxpayers' M-Pesa and bank accounts in a new strategy to uncover tax cheats. The taxman, through the National Treasury, sought unfettered access to the details. Even them, they're ambitious.
The thing that they wanted to do is surely even them they were reaching.
And on this one they stretched it, didn't they?
Quite.
Yes. Let's just say, let me read. The committee notes that the proposal to allow KRA access to personal data as proposed may not meet the threshold under Article 31C and D of the Constitution of Kenya. The MP said in their report. Section 51 of the Data Protection Act outlines the circumstances under which exemptions may apply. Sorry. That one
ain't happening.
No, it's not happening. This is something that could be abused. I can even understand an argument that it would be useful, but this thing can be abused.
Yes, it can.
It can be, and it's very easy for it to be abused.
Let me tell you something else that's going into the finance bill that is something that has not been taken care of, rather has not been removed. So just be knowing. The National Treasury now says the government will enforce more austerity measures in state-owned enterprises after dropping a number of tax proposals in the finance bill. What did I tell you? We give you the left hand and then we take away with the right hand behind the back.
You said that very loudly and very clearly.
Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndongo yesterday said that the government was in a tight spot and that the proposed taxes were meant to manage the economy and help achieve developmental goals. We want the government to increase spending because we need schools, health facilities, roads and other infrastructure. Oh, stop it. We need to reduce the cost of doing business because that will increase profitability in the private sector. All these are positive, but when we say we are going to increase spending, the only way we can do that is through taxation or through borrowing. Okay.
Right.
And while we're at it, they also, MPs say they're angry because they plan to raise fuel prices. Lawmakers have warned Kenyans to expect a spike in the cost of fuel following a new proposal in the finance bill to increase the road maintenance levy by 7 shillings from 18 to 25. Chargeable on a litre of petrol. Oh, it's not even 7 shillings, by 9 shillings, despite President William Ruto indicating that his government had listened to Kenyans' cries. So this is a perfect example of what I was telling you, giving with the left hand, taking with the right. So we remove bread and Okoh and all of that, and then we now say fuel. 9 shillings on top of your fuel.
Do you understand this explanation that those in authority have now listened to the Kenyan cry? Do you understand what they mean when they say that?
This is interesting because yesterday, and I watched this debate, and Opiyo Wandai said, what are you saying? It's like saying that it is dark, right? And that you hear somebody might be trying to steal your cow. So then you put on the lights outside and you see actually here somebody is stealing your cow. But then because you've caught them, they say, here is the cow. It was not stolen. I'm returning it. It was not stolen after all. You can have it. But had I not put on the lights, you would have taken my cow. This is exactly what is happening here. I've given you back bread. I've given you back Okoh. I've given you back digital. I've given you back. But now, on the one thing that sure bet is going to increase the cost of all of these things again, I've added 9 shillings.
7.
9.
Was it 9?
Okay, so it's between. So
my goodness, these people are ambitious, aren't they?
So it's supposed to go from 18 shillings to 25 standard. That means that even before the 14th of every month, there will be an increase of 7 shillings on fuel.
Constant.
Standard. Constant.
So whether APRA does this or does that or does the other,
just be
that
your
7
fuel.
shillings is a constant.
So do you understand? And now fuel has increased. What increases?
No.
Cost of transport.
What will not increase? But the question I asked you, when they were then now told that the pleas and the cry of the citizenry has been heard. I mean, what do you make of it?
I think it's been heard.
I don't think so.
No. City, there's a difference between, what did Mutahi Kagwe say yesterday?
Yes.
There's a difference between hearing and listening.
Yes.
Hearing is the physical act. I've heard because I have ears, I've heard.
Yeah.
When I listen to you,
you pay attention.
Thank you.
Why I say this is because, dog with the bone on this one here, is because public participation would have revealed this.
Yeah, but I think it did. They just didn't listen.
The public participation I refer to is not this mockery of public participation that we keep seeing, the drama that is supposed to represent public participation. I am saying your bodies like NIS who have the pulse of the nation.
They know.
Do you really need to be a magician or an economist to have known the things that will not work on things that people do not want? That is really the question I'm asking.
That is actually the question that is being asked. We're going to get into more conversations around that today. That is for sure. Let me ask you, did you watch Gigi Gigi premiered on the 17th of June, and it was on Showmax, and it's taking us through the life of these 4 young ladies led by the head of the crew. Her name is Jules, and they're living life in the ebbs and flows of the sub area that is Jericho, and the people that they run into and the different things that they do or see. It's streaming on Showmax. Next episode comes in next Wednesday. 300 shillings at least is what you need to pay to be able to have all this entertainment at your fingertips. Download the Showmax app on Google Play Store or Apple App Store, or get onto the website www.showmax.com. It's also the Euro season. For at least 500 shillings, you can watch all the matches live wherever you are, wherever you're going. Showmax is the upgrading streaming platform for Africa. Great entertainment at your fingertips. Conversations continue after this. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenyans have been cautioned against victimizing individuals by sharing their personal information on social media. The Office of the Data Protection Commissioner says such actions are against the law and has warned that the perpetrators could face legal action. The Commissioner has urged individuals whose privacy have been violated to file a complaint with the Commission. This comes after phone numbers of President William Ruto and MPs were leaked on social media in a public push to have the leaders withdraw controversial tax proposals contained in the Finance Bill 2024. Some online users have also been mobilizing targeted attacks on persons perceived to have done wrong by sharing their personal information online. This is President William Ruto has broken in silence on the protests against the Finance Bill 2024, saying that Kenyans are exercising their constitutional right. Ruto, however, urged Kenyans to allow independent institutions such as Parliament to also exercise their constitutional responsibilities over the matter.
And civil society is free to do what they want to do. We are a democratic country. We have no problem. Those who want to demonstrate, they can demonstrate. It is their right. No problem. But the decisions have to be made by institutions. We will make decisions as the executive. We will take it to the legislature. People of Kenya will speak to it through public participation. Others will go and subject it to court processes. That is how a democracy works. And I am a great believer in a democracy.
This came hours after hundreds of Mombasa residents opposed to the Finance Bill 2024 took to the streets to pressure the government to abandon the tax proposals. Police had to lob tear gas at the protesters, who were also angry about the high cost of living. Human rights activists faulted the officers, saying they used disproportionate force in some instances.
Ruto, William Ruto, you are finishing my nation for the generations. Oh my father, come and save this nation for generations.
The protesters were not trying to be, walikuwa tu kutembea to get their voice heard. They didn't do anything, they didn't throw stones, they didn't carry anything harmful, walikuwa naimba tu. So the force that police wamekuja nao is unwarranted. It's not supposed to be haina any basis whatsoever. So tunakemea hiyo kidogo.
Today, protests against the 2024 Finance Bill are expected in Eldoret, Kisumu and Eldoret. Now, Musalia Mudavadi Zamani National Congress has endorsed the move to merge with the ruling United Democratic Alliance Party. The announcement made at State House Nairobi sets the stage for forming a powerful political party to contest in the 2027 elections. Musalia, who also serves as the Prime Cabinet Secretary, stated that it will not be practical to field candidates against the president.
You can be penny wise but pound foolish. Politically, ndugu na dada wa ANC, let us not be penny wise and pound foolish. Let us be part of a bigger formation. Ni nani aliweka sahihi ya gazeti ya mimi kuwa Prime Cabinet Sasa mimi nataka niwaulize, kweli mnaona inaweza kuwa haki mimi niko prime cabinet secretary alafu tena mimi nasimamisha candidate kupingana na yule ameweka kidole ya mimi kuwa prime? It is a serious conflict of interest.
He said the Maja is in preparation for the next general elections as they intend to see the president win again.
Tumeamua kwamba tunasonga mbele, tuungane na Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. The president is now planning for another match. If they knew the formation at that time, he has to prepare so that there'll be a different formation at the next match, which then plays and wins. All we want is victory for the team. And the team leader is President William Ruto.
Now, Kenya is collaborating with Japan to promote sustainable forest management and landscape restoration in ongoing efforts to increase the country's tree cover by 30% by 2032. The 5-year project, dubbed Strengthening Forestry Sector Development and Community Resilience to Climate Change Through Sustainable Forest Management and Landscape Restoration, which began in 2022 and will run until January 2027. The project is being implemented by the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. The Deputy Director, Forestry, Biodiversity and Environment Management at Carefree, James Ndufa, said the project comprises of 4 components: policy support, commercial forestry promotion, tree breeding and regional cooperation. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, what's happening on the streets this morning? Traffic is actually not too bad, hasn't been that way. We don't expect a lot of that to happen just from what we're hearing. Folks might stay back today and not fill the streets as it were, but it's all a wait and see kind of thing. Coming off of Waiaki Way, actually nothing happening here, and Ngong Road is starting to build up, but we'll wait and see what happens as we see traffic coming in from Naivasha Road at this point. Off of Waiaki Way, like we said, nothing happening. The northern bypass not packed with traffic, but on the Thika Superhighway, there's some traffic coming in through towards Survey to be expected as the road tunnels in towards Pangani. Also, Kangunde Road, that was early traffic that started before, and we're likely to see some movement continue as you're coming off Mombasa Road. Some of that and construction that was going on early in the morning has cleared up, so that traffic will then now even out. So it should be okay. Let's see what happens throughout the country in some of your major towns and cities. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It is 8 minutes after 7 o'clock and into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. We're getting into a refugee conversation at this point, but even as we do and get into that and talk to our folks who have joined us in the room this morning, there's still some days to be able to get an amnesty, to get forgiveness and to say, okay, fine, we know that 1, 2, 3 happened, but there are 10 days left in the month. Who's offering the amnesty, CT?
Well, the amnesty is being offered by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Well, they have a mandate and an obligation to collect taxes, and the citizenry have an obligation to pay. Now, when you don't pay your taxes, something happens. One, the taxes acquire and accumulate interest, and penalties also follow suit. But what Kerry is saying, you have 10 more days up to the end of this month. Amnesty means any amount that was owed, and the period they're talking about ends the period ending December 2022. That's the period they're speaking of. Saying call them. Use the cell phone number 011 099 999.
Start again, CT. That number?
0711.
Well done.
That's a 011.
You did.
I really like that 011, don't I?
You do.
This is the third time I've done this. Okay. 0711 099 999.
There you go.
Okay? Call them. Somebody will respond. You will talk to them. And they will tell you, once that principal is paid, that all the taxes, all the penalties, all the interests will simply disappear. But it doesn't stop there. They will also ensure that they allow you to work out a plan of payment that enables you to pay in a manner that is affordable to you, meaning in installments.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay. So, what if somebody told you to switch your accounts and somebody said, where you are currently banking, how about I tell you that, okay, you're doing good, but I offer you a solid. And I say, if you switch to this, there are certain things that you could win. First of all, you don't have to walk on down to the branch. You get onto your phone, you log onto the site, you register, open an account, kacha, take a selfie, and your account is open. Like that. Or I could also tell you that once you do that, you can deposit some 50,000 shillings in your account and that you have an opportunity to win 200,000 shillings as the winner, or 100,000 shillings as the runner-up, or 50,000 shillings as the second runner-up. And that 3 months down the line, you could win 1 million shillings as the winner, or 500,000 shillings as the first runner-up, or 300,000 shillings as the second runner-up. Or if you have a home loan and I say, you know what, we could buy it off, or we could give you one at a fixed rate for the term of your loan of 9.5%. Would you say it was a dream?
I might think it is, but perhaps if you could direct me as to who to call and who to determine whether this is true from, then I will do so.
In fact, it is true. Stanbic is offering all of these things just by virtue of the fact that you switch from where you are to Stanbic. Open an account with Stanbic or switch from where you are to go to Stanbic. And all of these things that I'm telling you, reality will actually happen. Make the switch to Stanbic today. Convinced?
Okay. No, but it sounds good.
Thank you. All right. We're getting into our conversation for this hour, and we'll be talking about refugee placements and solidarity with refugees and enhancing refugees integration. Jamin Kusiana has been in the studio with us before. Is not a stranger to the Situation Room, and he's sitting in the hot seat this morning as an advocacy manager with the International Rescue Committee. Jamin, good morning.
Good morning. Good to be back here after some time.
Good to see you again.
To have discussions about refugees and how we can be able to build solidarity.
Indeed, consistency of that is very important. Joined today by Doris Kawera, and she is the highest Kenya country director and co-chair of the NGO Refugee Group. Lovely to have you here this morning as well.
Thank you.
Karibu
good
sana.
to be here this morning.
So, welcome you to this conversation, welcome you into the hot seats of the Situation Room, and we're looking at something that's very vital and critical when it comes to folks who are living in our communities and sometimes, more times than not, unregarded. But as we get into that, CT is going to welcome you in true fine Situation Room fashion with today's proverb.
Yes, our proverbs for the whole of this week ending Friday, our proverbs are from the Republic of Mauritius, the island Republic of Mauritius. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
Doris, how would you interpret that?
I think it takes time to do something, to get somewhere. It doesn't happen at the same time, and therefore there's a process that has to take place. Yeah, that's how I would interpret it.
Indeed. What about you, Jamin?
I mean, perfectly in order that we have to believe on the process. We have to know it's a journey. I think what we actually see in that, there must be the laying of the eggs before the hatching of it.
Yes.
So we must be doing something if we're going to see the chicks by the end of the day.
There you go.
Is that not true of life?
It lands. It lands
Now,
very.
when you see an outcome,
Yeah.
there was a process that led to it.
Exactly.
Yes, it didn't happen when you looked at it. I mean, what you're seeing is the end product. But before the end product, there was something else that took place.
Something absolutely had to be birthed.
Yes.
That's true. Okay, so we're getting into, and it's interesting because we're talking about solidarity with refugees. Maybe we can start off with you, Jamin. Yes. And when we talk about solidarity with refugees and then, just making sure that the status is one that is characterized with as much, genuineness as possible, what are we saying here? Essentially, one would argue that by virtue of the fact that you have refugees, we've already regarded you. So why are we saying that there needs to be more solidarity with them?
Thank you. Today, 20th June, is always a commemoration of World Refugee Day.
Yeah.
And so the theme for this particular year is solidarity with refugees, a world where refugees are welcomed. And when we speak about solidarity, then we look at the situations that refugees have had in terms of the displacement aspect. We look at the situations that they have within the countries of displacement and ask the question, are they included socially and economically? Do they feel part and parcel of the society? Are we acknowledging their rights to livelihoods? Are we acknowledging the rights to documentation? Are we acknowledging the right for coexistence? And so the clarion call for solidarity with refugees is acknowledging the huge barriers that they face at the countries where they have actually run to, and seeing how can we be able to make betterment of the lives that they are at the countries where they have run to. It is an acknowledgement. Warren Shira, the poet, in the year 2009, says that nobody runs from home unless home is the mouth of a shark. And so the solidarity with refugees is actually saying that how can we make home for refugees at the places where they have run to.
Question that I need to ask.
Yes.
Clearly, this stems from a point of view where, from what you're saying, you're insinuating that refugees have rights. What are these rights?
I can go. The refugee situation is as old as mankind. I give this analogy many times, that when your house burns, the very first thing you'll do, you rush to the neighbor. When you rush to the neighbor, you expect that the neighbor will welcome you with their hands, and they will ask you, why are you coming here? Or they will not tell you, why did you not knock when you're actually walking in? And so this is a very old aspect. What in law we would say it's a jus cogens, that there are things that happen within the community even without there being a framework for it to be able to happen. But the codifications of laws in terms of who refugees are and what rights they can be able to get dates back to 1951. But even beyond that, during the First World War and the Second World War, when we were having huge number of refugees, it became important for us to be able to solidify and say people have a right to asylum. And so dating back to 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, just after the Second World War, there was that particular acknowledgement. But then what rights then do refugees have? Refugees have right to documentation, that we can then be able to identify them. We can't have people that then are not documented. Secondly, they have rights to be able to access livelihood and economic opportunities so that they can be able to fend for themselves. They have the right to be able to engage in wage earning employment and build their communities and that. And the very cornerstone of it, that they have the right to be accepted within the territories and the countries where they have actually are. And so the call for solidarity is the call on all those particular fronts: their documentation, their right to work, their right to livelihoods, their access to the territory, which is the country where we have. And Kenya as a country has actually hosted refugees for more than 3 decades right now. I think the biggest bulk of it coming from 1991. And we continue to champion and call for the need for us to make sure we avail the environment in a way that they can be able to feel home, they can be able to generate income for themselves, they can be able to be part and parcel of the economy.
Okay. What steps do we take, or what steps are taken so that countries understand this? So that when you have refugees in your country, you have a framework, you have an understanding of what it is and how it is. You need to treat them and how you need to manage their affairs.
Thank you, Muga. When we talk about what steps we need to take, it starts with the small steps. Like you were saying, the analogy of the hen laying eggs, it starts with that analogy is what you do as an individual, as you open your space, as an entrepreneur, as you offer job opportunities to refugees. It starts with you as an individual. It starts with Kenya as a country, and Kenya has done a good job at opening the doors for refugees. But then beyond Kenya opening the doors, beyond us changing and having progressive laws and policies, it goes down to the individuals. Remember, the refugees live with us in the society. They are here with us. Their children go to school with our children. They go to seek for medical care within the hospitals that are there in the community. And so the steps that are taken at different levels, we have steps that are taken by the government. The government needs to look at the policies, and I would laud the Kenyan government for the Refugee Act, the Shirika plan that talks about integration of refugees and really expounds on that concept of what integration would look like so that it benefits the Kenyans and the refugees, but also going down to institutions, talking about refugees, breaking down the misconceptions that are there about refugees, that a refugee is someone who's come to take your place, to take the jobs that are here. No, understanding who is a refugee and being in solidarity with refugees all the way even to our communities, our children, that they are with refugees in schools and they go to school together. And so the way I look at it is that the steps that need to be taken really is a whole of society approach, where everyone is involved in the discussions and in the process of the steps that need to be taken to welcome and open the door for refugees.
Perhaps in a search of a further understanding as to how solidarity can then be built for refugees in our communities, wherever we are around the world, then it's probably necessary to have a prior understanding of what happened that then established the tenets under which refugees would be accepted from country to country. And I just remember in my international humanitarian law classes where we looked at a lot of these issues coming about as a result of war, conflict, and that is how you have established cases of refugees in the first place. And that there were certain protocols and treaties then the world came together using the bodies of the United Nations through the Geneva Protocols and things like this, whereby that you had an establishment of treaties that would then be ratified by certain countries, yes? And that is how we established and said, you know what, different countries, then we're going to open it up and say, yes, take in refugees. Countries who ratify these treaties then said this will be a safe space where they can live and do these things, Jamin, that you mentioned. Have access to proper documentation, wage earning, etc., etc. That seems to be very brick and mortar policy. We've ratified it, so we've agreed on the world stage that this will happen. But has it really filtered down into society, whereby then we see the things that Doris is talking about, where communities then have to make sure that at your immigration departments, are you making sure you're actually getting this documentation for these folks? Are you making sure that they can earn a wage with the necessary identification that they need? Are those things actually happening beyond the hoity-toity policy and the real situation on the ground?
Thank you. I would say we have made significant progress in terms of having the policies in place and what needs to be done in terms of the countries domesticating some of these particular provisions. I would acknowledge the place of policy in terms of trying to create direction for the implementation of these particular processes. The Kenyan government has recently, 2021, actually come up with a Refugee Act of 2021 that looks at how then can we be able to integrate refugees in the realization of the context where we are at. Having hosted refugees for the last 30 years, then the Kenya situation is a protracted situation. And so the very beginning, people would think that refugees would come and after 2 years, they will go back home. But what we are seeing that after 30 years, the realization of the Kenyan government was that the act that we had, the 2006 Refugee Act, then is not adequate enough to be able to deal with the refugee situation that we have and that we have been having for the last 30 years. And so it looks at how then do we integrate them. It's speaking about how do we enhance the right to work. It's speaking about how do we ensure that we have documents issued at the national and even at the county level. It actually acknowledges the role of county governments in the provision of services to refugees. Previously, this function was entirely the responsibility of national government. And so the act in place, and now what Doris spoke about, the Kenyan government has realized that there is actually a need to develop what we call a Shirika plan, which is a plan about how do we integrate them in society.
Right. How
do we ensure that our education system, for instance, they actually go to the schools that we go, as Doris has said, the education system that we definitely have. And so when you look at the vagaries of that cause displacements, as Ndu is saying, they have changed over time. Yes, civil war is one of the main reasons why people actually move, but we're beginning to see climate change. And so we're having climate displacement actually happening. What happened in the last 2 years in Somalia and the rest of the places, we have people moving away because of this. And our laws have actually acknowledged that matters seriously disturbing public order are issues that can be able to make people move from one particular border to the other. We are yet to see the entire implementations of these particular policies. We are yet to see the documents that will ensure that they are able to work in this particular country, the work permits that are required for refugees. We are yet to see the access to services for refugees from the county government, for instance. We are yet to see the inclusion in development plans in the country. Yes, 2019 during the census, yes, they were counted within that. But then how then do we plan with them, because they're actually populations within the country? At the very community level, we have a level of understanding of host communities about refugees and what their plights are, but we still have a lot to do in terms of how they feel or take them as part and parcel of community without looking at them as people coming to take up opportunities that would belong to them. Yes.
Okay. Looking at the community level, because when we talk about solidarity, usually that's not a word that we apply to government. When we talk about solidarity, we apply that word to community, isn't it? Are we essentially saying that be your brother's keeper when it comes to accepting that these are people who might be here for a long time? I know Kenyans today, for example, who have grown up with refugees from the time that they were children. And we're not talking about folks who reside in camps, people who've actually come and lived in communities. And it's like they've been here all their lives, really. So what solidarity are we talking about when we say there must be solidarity for refugees in host countries? Are we talking about then along communities of people?
Thank you. When we talk about solidarity, we are talking about the government as well and the communities of people as well. The government has a role to play, a critical role in terms of solidarity. When we talk about solidarity with opening the boundaries, it is only the government that can allow to open the boundaries and to welcome refugees, and that's the part of the government. But then when we talk about solidarity in the community, we are emphasizing even the notion of Ubuntu that we have, togetherness, that if your neighbor comes to you, they are in need, that you offer support to them. And that's the solidarity we are talking about when we talk about solidarity in the community, that we are looking at employers who are within the community. The refugees are able to earn wages through the informal employment. And research has shown that refugees, most of the refugees are in the informal sector. And therefore, solidarity means that when you employ a refugee in the informal sector, that you are able to give them proper wages, not to undercut their wages. So solidarity in the community really would look at all aspects, but also key is the government, because then documentation would come from the government and recognition.
But again, when you talk of solidarity, what is our reference point? Are we buttressing, are we supporting, are we renewing, revisiting the frameworks that already exist? Are we creating new ones? Because if we talk about building it, there is a quiet implication that what we have isn't quite adequate, or there's implication that it isn't there, and so we need to start from scratch. Which is it?
It's been there. Solidarity has been there. And that's why Jamin said that we've had refugees in this country even before the 2006 Refugee Act. And what we are talking about is a shift in how we look at refugees. Currently, if you look at this country, we have the encampment policy where refugees are based in 2 refugee camps. That's Dadaab and Kakuma. But then we are talking about shifting how we look, our outlook of how we look at refugees. Do we have refugees in the camps, or do we have then refugees in integrated settlement? And that's why we are talking about integration, because we have looked at refugees from the angle of people who need humanitarian assistance, but then it's coming out that that's not sustainable. The money that goes to humanitarian assistance is not sustainable anymore. Why not inject that money into the economy, and then it helps the refugee and the host community? And so we are looking at it from a higher angle, that we move away from really saying that, yes, we have opened our doors and we have refugees here. Beyond that, integrating them, instead of having teachers that teach only in refugee schools, integrating them in our schools, instead of having hospitals that are only for refugees, having host communities access those hospitals. So it's looking at it even from an economic angle and what is sustainable, really.
Indeed.
And even when we have the whole aspect of solidarity, we are calling on everybody. We're calling on donors to be able to contribute more towards development, because we have contributed, as Doris is saying, towards humanitarian assistance. How can we be able to skill them more? They have no. How can we be able to avail digital platform where they can be able to contribute in the whole aspect of the society? We're looking at solidarity from the media. Do media highlight refugee stories of resilience and their contribution to the economy? Hardly. And so when you look at the stories and the version where we speak about refugees, actually the needy people, they require help. But there are those that are doing significant aspects to contribute to the economy. And those living in urban areas, even providing employment to even Kenyans. And so private sector, media, donors, community, government, everybody has a role to play as we move towards seeing how we can be able to have a betterment to the refugee population that we host. This is a call that we are making within our context of the country, but also the call that we are making globally based on the huge number of displaced people that we continue to see year in, year out.
Now, okay, let's take a break on that, and we'll come back and discuss that. I think the global aspect also comes into play here, because it is a global issue as well as it is a local one. Solidarity with refugees as our conversation continues. We're taking a break now. We'll remind you that the Aga Khan University Hospital has a specialized care center near you, and this is the Roy Sambu Specialist Care Center at the Jewel Plaza at the Roy Sambu Roundabout. It's some of the services available here are chemotherapy, daycare surgeries and endoscopy with a team of specialists on board, oncologists, gastroenterologists, general surgeons and internal medicine specialists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital believes that quality specialized care should be available near any space where it's needed, and you can get this specialized cancer and kidney care at the Roy Sambu Specialty Care. Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. An episode of Gigi also premiered on the 17th of June, another one coming in next Tuesday, and it looks at the lives of 4 young ladies headed by the crew leader Jules and how they walked through the life of making it in Jericho. This is an other fantastic entertainment that's available on the Showmax platform. Subscribe to it today for 300 shillings at least, or 500 shillings on your mobile, when you can watch all the games of the Euro competition currently underway. All right, it's www.showmax.com. Shika Showmax at 28 minutes to 8.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
For years, Kenchik has been your go-to for top-notch chicken, but now we've got something new cooking up: canned beef. Tukona beef, made from grass-fed, tender and flavorful beef. Canned beef is a perfect choice for all your beefy cravings, and And to tell you just how good it is, we have Mercy, who will try it for the first time.
Hii saucy ni moto, the explosion of flavors, where the juiciness, it's unlike anything I've ever tasted before.
She now has only one choice when it comes to beef sausages. This will be great for a power breakfast or a quick snack. What are you guys waiting for? Get Ken Beef now at all leading supermarkets, from beef sausages, beef burgers, and Boer Wars. Ken Beef, choice ni moja, taste ni noma.
Uraia Trust, championing the progress of Kenya by strengthening democracy and empowering citizens. Tune in to the Situation Room with me, Eric Latiff, and my co-hosts Ndu Okoh and CT Muga every Thursday morning to discover how Uraia, with the support of the United Nations Development Programme, is making a difference with Consolidating Democratic Dividends Project. Engage, empower, inform, be part of the change. Catch us live and let us build a brighter future together.
You know that feeling where there's like a pain at the back of your head? What? You almost want to... But what about that moment when the pain finally starts to fade away? That moment when you go back to ordinary, to being your best self again. And it feels so good.
Get effective release from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Release starts here. If symptoms persist, seek medical advice. Always read label before use.
Showmax has unlimited entertainment perfect for you and your family. From the Premier League plan and local shows like Gigi, you'll be spoiled for choice. Tune in to Sugar and...
The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, so looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning, going to highs of 19 and lows of 14, and it's mostly sunny at 15 in Nakuru, coming down to lows of 14 today. We'll see highs of 20 and lows of 14 in a mostly sunny Nyeri, and into Eldoret at 14 degrees, highs of 24. It's cloudy after the rains in Mombasa, going to highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 and rain showers in Malindi. It's 20 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 29, while Kakamega will go to highs of 28 and lows of 15. We'll see cloudy conditions partly in Kampala, going to highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 29 in Dar es Salaam, where it's sunny at 24. Mogadishu will go to highs of 30 and Addis Ababa highs of 22. Lagos will see highs of 31 in a mostly clear Thursday, and we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 21 in Kinshasa. All right, traffic continues in the city this morning, but nothing too crazy. Let's just look at Nairobi for now and look at other cities in the country. But we're just seeing some traffic that continues to build on the Thika Superhighway as you get towards Survey, but it's not, again, crazy. Outer Ring at the junction coming in from Embakasi, and that's outbound traffic. It's pretty busy. and then onto Jogo Road, where it's also starting to pile up and it's going to spill over towards Landis. It's heavy coming in on Kiambu Road, and that's some traffic that delivers off of the northern bypass, and then some traffic also coming in on Waiyaki. Apart from that, it's normal, it's manageable. Let's see what happens as we get through it. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
22 minutes to the top of the hour, and we continue this conversation where we're talking about solidarity as concerns refugees in the country. And as we went to the break, Jamin, talking about the global inclusion when it comes to this conversation. Yeah. So it's not just Ethiopia and its refugees. It's not just Kenya and its refugees. It's not just, other countries around the world and the refugees, but it's a collective global conversation. How so?
The conversation about the refugee situation has grown over the last few years. For decades, it had taken a backseat, and it looked like it was going to be an African problem. Until we began having then situations in Europe and other calamities in Ukraine and other particular places. Mm-hmm. And the world then decided to take this particular matter now more seriously. In 2019, we had then the Global Compact for Refugees. And it realized that we need to do more than what we have been doing. It began to realize there's a need for us to look at how do we support host governments that are actually having the largest number of refugees. So there is a need to support the host government. It also acknowledged that we need to be able to see how, as we program for refugees, how do we also program for the host communities? Because more often than not, about 70% of people who have actually been displaced to other particular countries are within developing countries. And so those particular countries on themselves also have needs that they need to be able to cater. And the situation of the host community, they are almost similar to those. So how can we be able to support both host communities and refugees at the same time? Mm. But the biggest call in solidarity that I see is that instead of us having a response aspect, is the prevention aspect. That then how can we be able to prevent crises from happening? The crises that are actually leading to displacement. How can we be able to work on aspects of climate change that are actually causing displacement, the biggest population now? So at the very global stage, then these are the conversations in terms of what is the role of everybody of us in the same. What is the role? And when you see the call from the United Nations Secretary General, that we all need to, the globe needs to have solidarity to rebuild the lives of these particular people. Year in, year out, we begin to see new crises happening and new number of people being displaced. And so if this particular trend then continues, we are not at the end of the displacement and the refugee situation that we are actually having. The donors, how can we then have donors step in to support in rebuilding the lives of those that have been displaced? So it has two elements. It has the element of prevention. How have you building solidarity to be able to prevent crisis? But also how have you building solidarity for those that have already been displaced so that we can be able to rebuild their life at the countries where they are in terms of the aspects of integration, and even preparing them to go back for reintegration and repatriation in the countries where they actually came from. Because nobody wants to run and be across that particular border. Everybody wants to be home. I tell people many times, growing up in the villages, you were very happy when you went visiting your aunties and your uncles, but you didn't want to stay there for long because you don't feel that you are home. And so even this particular population also wants to go back home. They want to repatriate. The situation needs to be a situation that can be able to warrant return.
So how then would you measure success? Okay, you have this plan. This is what you want to do. You want to support the host country. You want to support the refugees. From the point of view of what the two of you do, what does one need to see in order to understand that, yes, what we set out to achieve, we can actually see the progression and we can actually see ourselves achieving it? What is it?
Three things. The very first one is, if we are able to get social cohesion at the community level, that we have the acceptance of the communities where refugees reside as part of their brothers and sisters, for me, at the very community level, then that is a level of success. The second is the integration of refugees within the national systems. How refugees are integrated in access to services at the both national and at the county level, as again a measure of success. Their participation in development, their participation in governance, us budgeting them within that is a key aspect of that. The third aspect is about the policy aspect. If our policies are able to ensure that refugees can be able to move from one point to the other to access their opportunities, that's a measure of success. If government departments, their systems, our e-citizens, our different platforms allow refugees to be able to participate in that, it's a measure of success for me. So what we have been asking for many years, and I think this has gotten traction over the last few years, is that refugees do not want to be dependent. They are saying, open the system for us. Integrate us in your communities. Integrate us in your policies. Integrate us within your development plans. And we can be able to fend for ourselves. We can be able to provide for our communities.
And I think it speaks to self-reliance. One of the key aspects of the Global Compact for Refugees that was passed in 2018 was moving away from relying on donor aid to self-reliance, and self-reliance really would be the overarching. The refugees are able to rely on themselves, not rely on aid that comes to them. I think that one would be a key in terms of measuring success for refugees, that we don't have World Food Program giving aid to refugees or food rations to refugees. They're able to get work and integrate in the community. Then for us, that would be very key in terms of measuring the success of what we are doing. Yeah.
Talking of refugees, we always think of people crossing borders. What when you have internally displaced people? How do we measure success? Because the assumption would be, well, integrate them back. But remember, there's a reason why they left wherever it is that they were living before. So the discussion that you mentioned about trying to ensure that whatever it is that caused that movement has been prevented. These things that you do to ensure this, what are they?
For the internally displaced people, the push factors that will lead to IDPs are also different. And so some people would move because of drought, some people would move because of floods and some such circumstances. And so each particular push factor then has a different aspect of intervention and what particular success would look like. Flood victims, then we will look at how then the success of that is that then the next time, then we do not have people displaced by the same calamities. How do people move to new particular heights? If it's about conflict and wars, how do we have then conversations in terms of what are the root causes of those particular conflicts and wars that we're having? But in the country, you realize that most of the displacements, even when the push factors look different, access to resources is actually a key aspect of the same. And so we can't do this particular alone, again, even on that particular front. So how are county governments addressing those particular drivers for displacement? How are we creating opportunities in those particular communities? If communities have been working on livestock, for instance, is their only main source of livelihood, how can we be able to have integrated agriculture in those particular communities? And so the success for IDP displacement would be what is the push factor, and then how do we address them? Many of them, which are actually resource conflict that we are having, it is the role of the legislatures in terms of CDF. How do we educate more of those particular people? How do we ensure that they have alternative levels of livelihood? Now with county government, how do we even concentrate in those particular situations?
One that might be controversial here, but is a reality, is that you want to ask the question about host nations who take up refugees, ratified to do so because you said you would agree to, are often battling with their own internal resource issues. How do you then say increase or even make existing bandwidth a little bit more elastic to take in extra? Because that's what it is. It's going to be a battle for resources. It's going to be a competition of priority. That do we focus on the things that, if you talk about health, make sure health is available to your people, and you're saying already there's a struggle. for the nation and its internal responsibility. And then here you are saying, take a little bit of that bandwidth and stretch it some more in this direction to take in folks who are not, indigents. This is it. This is true. It may sound harsh, it may sound callous, but it is the case that already there is a struggle internally, economically, for a lot of these host nations that are taking in refugees. How do you then expand your bandwidth to accommodate and say, here we are urging you a little bit more to then do 1, 2, 3, 4 for communities that are not inherently yours?
I think when we talk about solidarity, there's an aspect that Jamin talked about, calling upon the donors and the development agencies in terms of easing pressure for the host countries. And that is one of the key pillars, again, of the Global Compact on Refugees, that looking at the host countries is their support that's going to the host countries. And therefore, looking at it from the angle of, instead of pumping in a lot of money on humanitarian response, can we have development agencies? And recently we've seen the World Bank coming in and funding a lot of development aspects going into Garissa and Dadaab, and also in the urban areas. And so is looking at who else we are calling for solidarity, the development agency, the international communities, the third countries really to come in and do their part when we talk about easing pressure into the host community, that when you put up institutions that they are not only supporting refugees, they are benefiting the host community. Because when you look at a majority of refugees where they are hosted, Dadaab and Kakuma, poorest counties in the Aso region, affected by climatic changes. And so what we are saying is, instead of giving food rations to this one person, why don't we have development agencies coming, constructing the road that's been constructed to Turkana, and that really opens up the county, it opens it up and benefits the refugees and the host community. When you put up schools, let the children in Turkana access those schools, and that's what we are saying, because a lot of money that is going to humanitarian aid really is only going to support the basic needs, food, clothing, shelter. But then beyond that, then we need to look at it from really what is the international community doing to support the host country. And that is why we are saying even solidarity for the international community, for that countries, and for development agencies.
Do you see apprehension, may I ask? Is there apprehension from what you've seen? Because you engage with policy, you engage at that level. Do we see apprehension, or, I mean, close to even calling it fear, to say, well, how far can we integrate without any kind of, harm on systems?
We're beginning, Kenya is at a different vantage position because of the length of time that we have hosted refugees. And so there's an acceptance that, yes, the route to go is how do we not build parallel systems? How do we ensure that they are part and parcel of the community? When you go to regions like in Turkana and in Garissa, they're even saying, if you are providing humanitarian assistance, we also require humanitarian assistance for our people. And so it's better when we have the conversation about development and creating opportunities in those particular localities. The question about apprehension is something that we are not seeing in many of those particular cycles. They are beginning to recognize the value add that refugees actually have in the communities and societies that we are in. When we see refugees creating, for instance, employment opportunities for refugees in urban areas, then the community begins to see the value of actually having refugees in this particular context. When you see development actors coming out to say that, okay, because we are hosting refugees, we want to ensure that we develop a level 4 hospital, for instance, in Dadaab, the sub-county, for both host and refugee communities, then they begin to appreciate that this particular intervention is not just an intervention towards refugees, but an intervention again towards the host community. The very realization of the reasons why people flee and why we have the situation that we have in the country has been a key aspect in trying to lessen the apprehension issues. People have realized that any one of us then can actually be a refugee. I think 2007 was actually a point of reasoning for a majority of Kenyans that, you know what, everybody then can be a refugee. Then how would we want to be accorded if we moved to another particular country?
Right.
Would we want to stay in a refugee camp with limited education, been given food and handouts day in, day out. And so that realization has actually helped build both at a community level in terms of aspects of cohesion, but even policymakers on their understanding that let's see how we can then be able to integrate this particular population. We're not asking for a lot. We're not asking for a quota system that this percentage need to go to them towards this, but then let them be able to be in an environment where they can contribute taxes, where they can be able to support their own families and communities.
The progress that we speak of, do we have places on this planet where what we're saying is an aspiration? Are there places where it has actually been done? Where you can say, what we're saying, for instance, it's been done here, and this was the outcome of the initiative.
We definitely have. Among the what we would call durable solutions, because how then do we end this particular issue of refugee? Integration is actually just one of them, where then we would speak, how do you integrate them into the system? And the very hallmark of integration is actually citizenship. Then they become the citizens of the country where they come from. But then we have many third countries that pursue the other particular aspect of resettlement. So they pick refugees from here, they got them to Germany, to US, and they make them citizens of those particular countries. And so that then definitely have been pursued. When we look at what the third aspect, before I mentioned that, is actually the aspect then of repatriation, how people can go back home and they can see how they can be able to coexist. We are seeing significant aspects for refugees, for instance, in Turkey, and the access to services and government systems. And you will note that Turkey has like one of the biggest global populations of refugees. We way back in terms of the contribution in that, City will agree with me that the number of people displaced from Germany, the Jews displaced from Germany into US in the 30s, they have actually been able to be key pillars in the economy of the state and that. And so we have examples that given the opportunity for this particular population, for them to be able to use their skills and their creativity and that, then it's a beneficial aspect to the communities where we definitely are having. We have countries that have succeeded in trying to provide citizenship to people over a period of time. And I think as a country, my take would be, even as we move towards aspects of integration, currently the Kenyan government is looking at social and economic integration. But then we can be able to get even into the citizenship aspect of integration, even if we begin looking at how long have people been in the country. Because if we have been having someone born here for the last 30 years they've been here, then there is a possibility that the only durable solution that could make sense ultimately could be integration and citizenship. What we have done to the Makontes and the Pempas, then being stateless for a long period of time, could be what we could work with over time. And Kenya as a country could begin looking at, okay, maybe in the next decade they are saying those that have been in the country for more than 35 years, then we can do something to ensure that we pursue aspects of the durable solution.
So, Doris, what would be markers that we would look at to say low-hanging fruit, whether it is in the short term, mid-term, long-term, that we can say, yeah, we can pick this one and put it in the basket because that one has been done. What would be some of those things that we can say, yes, then we are at least approaching where we are going?
Some of them are integration into the national systems, the medical insurance scheme, National Hospital Insurance Fund, and therefore you don't have to have parallel pathways of access to medical care. Work permits as well, because we have a young workforce within the refugee population. So access to employment and access to work permits is another low, if you ask me, a low-hanging fruit, really that would be a marker. We already have refugees engaged in the workforce, and what we are saying is enhance that a little bit. The other one we are talking about really is integration into our education system, and we have seen very progressive policies that looks at integration of the refugee children accessing the system. recognition of the document, registration document that we have that really builds on refugees accessing all the other services. And so those are some of the low-hanging fruits that we would see as progress, and that we are seeing as progress even as we move into being in solidarity with refugees. Yeah.
You know, sometimes I get a little confused when I think of people seeking refugees and people who immigrate, because somehow the difference seems to be, in some cases, people who actually have a certain level of education and maybe skills which enables them to be easily integrated into other countries. Now, what is it that we see as the future, the preventative future of this situation of refugees? When I say future, I mean this. All the things that we mentioned happening, let me leave war aside. I'm thinking of a county in Kenya like, say, Isiolo, where you find the Somali, you find Samburu, you find Turkana, you find Borana. It's an interesting mix. And you can see they live in harmony, but they still move around. Now, how do you ensure that the resources that are available, I'm not seeking an answer that will solve the problem now, but I'm seeking it for philosophical purposes. Yes. How do we work towards finding lasting solutions in these situations? Because the conflict that often arise, even among these communities, is resources.
I think that's the question, and even as I think it's something for us to be pondering, even about as we go through. It is World Refugee Day, looking for a world where refugees are welcomed, I think is the message that came from Antonio Guterres' desk. And thank you for being part of this conversation, and it's definitely something that we can keep in mind as we continue these conversations. Jamin Kuswania is the advocacy manager of the International Rescue Committee, and Doris Kawera, Highest Kenya County Director and co-chair of the NGO Refugee Group, have been our guests this hour. Thank you for being here. Good morning. 8 o'clock.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
It's now 8 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Tourism and Wildlife Cabinet Secretary Alfred Mutua has broken his silence over the anti-finance bill protest, blaming the protesters for the injuries inflicted on the police officer who lost his arms. Speaking in Narok during the launch of the National Wildlife Census, Mutua expressed his frustration with the conduct of youth, which has now led to the maiming of the cop identified as Chief Inspector David Karori Maina. Mutua underscored the gravity of the injury to the officer and the effect it would have on his life and that of his children, saying the blood of the officer is on the protesters' hands.
Polisi ni watu pia. Police officers are people. They're human beings. They feel the pain. They feel the sorrow. They are working. Weko kazini. Hatenzie we talk to the police officers as if they're not important. They are people. Unatukana polisi na usiku kivamiwa, mtu wa kwanza ni kupigia polisi akuja kuokoa ukiwa chini ya kitanda. Huyo askari amepoteza mikono. Hiyo damu yake imemwagika is on you who are demonstrating and causing violence. It is your right to demonstrate, but the violence is not allowed.
Inspector Maina lost both of his arms while attempting to lob tear gas to demonstrators. Police reports indicated that Maina detonated a tear gas canister and delayed releasing it, which exploded in his hands, severely injuring both hands from the wrist down and causing him to lose both forearms. Now, former Migori Governor Okoh is sent to lose property worth 235 million shillings, believed to have been fraudulently acquired through proceeds of corruption. This is after the High Court granted the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission authority to seize and auction the properties, including residential houses and two high-end cars. According to EACC, the properties, including a 40 million home in Nairobi's Loresh estate, belong to Obado and these associates and are proceeds of corruption and unexplained wealth stolen from Migori County government. The court orders by Justice Esther Minor were issued following an out-of-court settlement between Obado and EACC. Now, one person has died after he was struck by lightning in Mumias East, Kakamega County. The middle-aged man was at his home when tragedy struck. Further reports indicate that the incident happened at around 7:30 p.m. Rashid Ondewa's family said their kin was standing next to his kitchen at the time. Efforts to rush him to a hospital in Shianda were futile as he was pronounced dead on arrival.
Nilimpiga kio kwa mlango jikoni, then alianguka kwa mkono. After hapo tulitafuta pikipiki tukambeba tukampeleka hospitali, but wali realize that alikufa mapema before tufike hospitali. Tulimpeleka Amadia na mradi ilimpiga saa 1:45. Alikuwa mtu mwenye bidii na mcheshi katika familia. Alikuwa mtu mwenye msaada wa karibu kwa familia mzima. Anga ambalo ameacha, sidhani kama kuna mtu yote anaweza lizibu, kwa sababu alikuwa ni mtu mwenye msaada na mchango wake ulitusaidia sana kama familia.
Now, over 100 women are set to benefit from a U.S. government-funded entrepreneurship training program. The U.S. Embassy in Nairobi unveiled the program, which will be 9 months long. Regional Public Engagement Specialist in Embassy, Shakaria Baxon, said the program will sharpen the women's skills in business and open new opportunities for them.
We've seen countless success stories from innovative startups to flourishing enterprises, all driven by the passion and determination of women like you. As we usher in this new cohort, we are thrilled that we are announcing our sponsorship with UPS, which is a company renowned for its commitment to fostering entrepreneurship and global trade. This partnership is not just a sponsorship, but it's a powerful collaboration that will open doors for new opportunities, especially in the realm of U.S. trade and export.
Ella Fuller, who's one of the beneficiaries of the program, said over 400 women have already taken part.
We have been able to take over 450 entrepreneurs through giving them the knowledge, the skills that they need to develop and scale their businesses. It is a U.S. Embassy funded program, and we have seen immense women grow and develop through this. As myself, I also say that I'm an empowered woman by being part of that community and being part of your community.
And Kenya Power will today perform scheduled system maintenance in select areas across the counties. The utility firm said the interruptions will be effected at diverse times from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The company said planned power interruptions is scheduled to allow for network maintenance. Areas to be affected are within Nairobi, Kiambu, Nyeri, and Laikipia counties. Today, there have been slated or organized protests in Nairobi, Eldoret, and other parts of the country over the finance bill. These, as members of parliament, are equally expected to vote on the same. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening on the roads right around 8 o'clock into traffic hour. And it's a bit heavy on the Thika Superhighway. We're looking at Limuru Road through towards Muthaiga and then out touching on Wangari Maathai. At some point, it's going to clog up as you get towards museums and then out onto Huru Highway. That is busy. It's busy as you get through the tunnel on the Thika Superhighway and also busy on Kiambu Road. Coming in from the northern bypass, there's also some traffic that seems a little interesting. There's a place called Githogoro, and it's then going towards Runda, and it's busy there. It's also coming in further ahead on the northern bypass. There's quite some traffic there through towards Kiambu Road. Okay, as we're coming out of Westlands onto Waiaki Way, not too much. James Gisho behaving, relatively well this morning. Let's take a look and see what happens as we progress through the traffic hour. This Thursday, we'll talk SpiceFM KEONX hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday morning at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock. And our conversations continue this hour. But CT wants to let us know that we are being forgiven before we get into things.
Yes. Have you ever had this feeling of utter and complete relief when a certain burden has been lifted off your shoulders? Those burdens hardly get heavier than those of a financial nature. And that's where KRA comes in, because every year KRA expects you to make your returns, and they also expect you to pay your taxes judiciously. Now, if you're one of those Kenyans who has taken the step not to pay your taxes on time for one reason or the other, they're saying, look, when that happens, we have a system which kicks in. You're then charged interest on what you owe, and then you are also charged penalties. But they're saying the amnesty comes in, the word that Ndu has used. It will be forgiven. The principle is what you'll be required to pay, but all the baggage that came with it is gone. But to do that, you actually need to call them, get in touch with them. And you do that by calling 0711 099 999 999. When you call them, you will get someone who will talk to you, and they'll explain to you the steps you must take. And the principle that you owe, and we're talking about the financial year which ended in December 2022, you will also be given an opportunity to create a payment plan that is suitable for you to pay what you owe. What you owe.
What you owe.
Yes, not what someone else owes, what you owe. Now, that's the amnesty. But you've got 10 more days to go.
Yeah, you might want to do that quickly until the 30th of June, no?
Yes, it's in your interest to do so.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me tell you something that gives you a little bit more time in order to get some stuff done. As the switch to Stanbic is happening right now. And where do you bank? I do not know. But let me tell you something about what Stanbic is saying you can do if you open an account with them. Which one thing I think is pretty nifty, that you can open an account from the comfort of your mobile phone. Just get onto the platform, register with your details, take a selfie, something everybody wants to do nowadays, and your account is open. Voila, you can get that done. And let me give you another voila moment. If you put 50,000 shillings into your account, guess what? You could double, triple that money. How? Because there's a draw that's going on, and they're saying, the good folks at Stanbic are saying, you know what? Put the money in your account and we could do you a solid, whereby you could win 200,000 shillings a month, every month. Okay, not just you, but other people getting into a draw. And the second place, okay, CT, we don't like second place. We like first runners up. We like runners up, right? Runners up gets 100,000 shillings. Second runners up, 50,000 shillings every month until September. Now, come September, there's a grand draw where the winner would win 1 million shillings. Joyce, it sounds nice, doesn't it? Yeah. And the runners-up would get 500,000 shillings, and the second runners-up would get first runners-up rather would get 300,000 shillings.
Yes.
Stanbic is just saying, kila mtu pewe. Pesa. Just because you did what? Just because you switched to Stanbic. You can make it happen today. Open an account from where you are, verification of your documentation, put the thing, take a picture, let's go. Then imagine that you were buying a house and the interest rates right now want to knock somebody's son down. But Stanbic says, we got you. 9.5% fixed rate on your term is what they're going to charge on your home loan. And they can take over and you can be fine. So many things. If you do what? Switch to Stanbic. Do it today. Welcome to the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Our conversation continues now into electoral processes, which they're not just at elections, but in my opinion, are decisions that need to be made every single day of your existence as a participatory member of a society that has leadership and governance. Two folks to help us out with that conversation today. Abubakar Said is expert in democracy and governance, civic education and human rights advocacy. Joyce Atieno is an anthropologist and a diversity champion. You're in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
When you go places, people welcome you with a cup of tea, ugali in the morning, depending on where you are, it can be. We here welcome you with a proverb. CT has these morsels that he picks from the African continent. What your job is when you hear it is to tell us how it resonates with you and how you'd interpret it. Does that work? Okay.
A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
Where have you gone today?
We are in the Republic. No, let me rephrase that. We are in the island Republic of Mauritius.
What did the hen do again?
Well, this particular hen did what most hens do.
Yeah.
But then after it had done that, people observed that certain things didn't happen immediately. And so the proverb, a hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
Voila. Joyce?
I will take this back to what we are about to discuss today. Electoral process. It is not an event, but one process that leads from one stage to another until we get to the desired level of what we want to achieve. So that is what this proverb is talking about. You cannot do everything all at once.
There you go. Abubakar?
So for me, I look at the finance bill, for example. It's the finance bill, what it wants to achieve is, they want to ensure that Kenya will get lots of money, a big budget. But the question is, all the things which they put in that finance bill, are they realistic? Can we take our time step by step, all right? No rush, okay? Because, when the hen hatches the eggs, we're talking about the chicks.
Right.
That's the end result. So the question is, let's take our time. Let's be realistic. It cannot happen overnight.
Fantastic. Who knew the Mauritians were in 2024 in Kenya? But okay. Okay, so we're getting into that conversation this hour, the electoral process. But we're looking at youth and women engagement in electoral processes and the findings of post-election research. Okay, so let's start from the end of that statement. Joyce, what are the findings of post-election research that pertains to the involvement of youth and women engaged in electoral processes? What has research told us is the status quo?
Now, we are basing our findings on the research we did in 2023. Now, this was a research that was done by 3 organizations. One is CRI, Center for Research and Innovations in East Africa, and then we have Jaslika Foundation, and lastly, Education for Africa. Now, based on our different strengths, each and every person went to a certain county and collected data on why we don't have youth voting. What is the reason, and what can we recommend for it to be done in 2027 so that we see improvement? Now, we have for instance, I went to Siaya County, and one of the biggest issues that I came across was the issue of gold mining. We have a lot of youth who are into gold mining, and no one is looking at them even when it comes to civic awareness and voter education. So what they wanted is that someone should go out there to the mines, to the mining areas, and specifically talk to these youth who think that money is more important. We should be making money from gold mining rather than maybe appearing in voting stations and, going to vote, and even wanting to be represented in the whole electoral process. So the most important thing is priorities when it comes to youth.
So the research found out that people are more interested in money-making ventures than being involved in the electoral process.
True.
Okay. Why, Abubakar?
Why? Because at the end of the day, when you look at a young person, at the end of the day, they believe that when they vote, in fact, when you're going to look at the waves, which we'll talk about later, when they vote really doesn't count, all right? So why should I go to vote and it didn't change my life, all right? So I'd rather work and make a living. Okay, but
that vote does change their lives.
Supposedly.
Oh no. It does change their lives.
Do they know?
No, they do know.
So
they actually do know.
So okay, let me give you the twist.
Yes.
You see, first let's look at the voting landscape. Okay.
Yes.
Number one, where do you find the young people? The average young people, the urban young people will be on the social media. All right. Our voting is kind of old school, kiasi. You have to go to the ballot. So the youth is asking, really, why don't you make it easier for me to vote? All right, using where I sit in the digital spaces. All right, they do their dating online. So why not they do their whatever all
they do their life.
Their life is online, right? Why don't we go there? Number one. Number two, many of the young people voting for them is a problem. Number one, they don't even getting IDs is a big problem for many youths. Apparently, which is a good thing in quotes, that the country is going to give livestock IDs, granted, but is everybody having identity cards? Because you need the identity card to vote, all right? And then, you see, why don't you just make it easier? The ID card also work as a voter's card. For the young people, going to register a voter, and then, again, I vote, it's, for them, it doesn't make sense, all right? They want things easy.
It actually doesn't make sense because you can actually travel to neighboring countries with an ID.
Exactly, okay.
We don't actually need a passport to go to these African countries. So the point is well made.
Yeah, so basically what the youth are saying is that we are not in touch. They're not the people who are working around elections are not in touch with their needs, all right? And then, of course, they've seen a lot of promises from long time that when I get into power, I'll make sure there's work, there are opportunities, but they vote me in. I do not give them what I promised, so they get disenfranchised. And then they see the same faces on the ballot boxes, all right? So they're wondering, they can't see themselves there, all right? They see the same Abubakar every day. So like, really? Why don't Abubakar retire so that I can also vote? So the point is they're not seeing their people. Also, that's a big deal for them.
80% of the population of this country are people below the age of 35. Okay? This I hope they know. Okay? Now, the very things you mentioned, some of them can only be changed legislatively. The laws have to change. Okay? Now, you said very clearly that these things are processes. Do they also understand? I personally believe they do. That the process of change doesn't begin or end with you casting a vote. There's the aspect of you holding your leaders to account and ensuring that they're responsible. There's that bit, and that is something they can do.
But do you know, at least I've been in the area of civic education, that the bulk of civic education which has been done in Kenya since like the past 2 decades, the resources are coming from donors outside the country.
Yes.
So here we're talking about taxpayers in, let's say, US, UK, Finland, Norway. They're doing a very good job in collecting their own taxes until they have extra to bring to Kenya to teach our people about their rights and responsibility as citizens.
Yes.
So the question is, where is the government who are supposed, it's their role to ensure that the citizens understand their civic responsibility. So the point is, it's tricky for someone who's over 18 to be, you start teaching the person about their rights and responsibilities. So once I'm through with my education, should I go back to class and listen why I should be a good citizen? We've been trying, but that's not the solution.
Education ends the day you die.
Exactly.
So, when you look at what's been happening now, okay? Some call it a light bulb moment. I don't think so. It's just a culmination of understanding situations, because sometimes we speak out of turn in this sense. The fact that information has been given doesn't mean it will be internalized. Sometimes people reject the information. Sometimes they're actually just not ready. Sometimes they don't understand it. But what I've seen over time is sometimes you just need to give it time. It's not within your control. And then it will settle and it will be gotten. They've heard it all along, but a time comes when it crystallizes and they say, okay. The decisions that we make or don't make amount to the same thing. If you vote or you don't vote, it amounts to the same thing.
Exactly.
But it is worse if you don't, because then you've left the decisions that are being made on your life to other people without you having a say.
Maybe.
And so, you say that 80% of Kenyan's population is made up of youth, right? And it's only 39% of youth that voted in the previous election.
Yes. Okay.
So this is a big issue. We're trying to make it seem like the youth should know these things, but in what way are we giving this information to them?
What way are we giving the information to them, I think, Joyce? Because that's what I wanted to ask. How are we actually giving the information about how youth, and because this is interesting because we've put youth and women into this demographic space, right? So how is the information being delivered? Because I think it is vital. Because I think to myself, in first grade and how I was taught certain subjects, I remember those things to date. And I remember the way in which it was delivered to me and how many years later, I was 6. How many years later?
And you even remember the teachers.
And I remember the teacher. I remember the things she said on a certain day when I was in 3rd grade or when I was in 5th grade. I remember the delivery of the message for me, I think, is extremely important. If it's being delivered at all. So how is information today that would result in the information now that you see in this report being delivered to people who are saying don't vote? Because something triggers or doesn't trigger me to make a decision about something based almost completely on how it is delivered to me and what it is that you're telling me.
We have organizations, civil society organizations like Uraia, who are doing civic awareness. Now the issue is, even though they are giving this information, is it reaching the desired person? Is it going to the youth at the grassroots level? Tunasemanga pale kwa ground. Now this is an issue because most youth that we met on the field said that even though these civil society organizations come and meet them, there is only a specific number of people who are selected to go and just sit somewhere and get maybe seating allowance. At the end of the day, you're being reimbursed fare back home.
What for?
But
what's the reimbursement for? What are you being reimbursed for?
Because you've come and you've spent your time in the baraza. So now
you're being reimbursed your time.
Yes, and they always ask for it.
I understand that. But there's this question which arises. Abu Bakr, it is you who set what I'm about to ask in motion about what the youth say. In your research, did you ask them what it is or how it is they would like to be communicated to?
We did.
And what did they tell you?
They said that they want one of them to do this work, not some old person going around selecting people to talk to them. They want that inclusivity.
And they want to tell you the sort of person they want. Is that not so?
Yes, and so language as well.
It's clear what they want. And it is therefore assumed that this person or this category of person that they've chosen, they will listen to. Is that not so?
They also want incentives. What are they getting in return?
Yes, no.
Actually, that is ideal. They should ask for what they're going to get.
Abubakar, you mentioned something about the digital spaces where young people actually, you know what, if I'm going to go vote, I don't want to go stand in a line for 6 hours on election day to go and, cast my ballot, whereby progressive countries, and I use that really carefully, are saying that certain progressive nations will allow you even go cast your vote a month to the election, and you can be sure that that is hidden and nobody knows anything about it until they collate. Or in the comfort of your home, you can actually vote because the system is secure. Now we're talking about freedom in the digital space. I want to be able to do that. Looking at the finance bill today, because this is front and center in some of the things that we're talking about processes, right? That people want this thing to be, don't give me this 53-page thing about drama. Break it down. So what did we see go viral? A video of a lady on TikTok who took 5 points and she just put it in a language that people resonate with, and it kind of made sense to everybody. So are we saying that in as much as we're getting the information on this side, how we're inputting the information for people to be collectively engaged in a political space is very important. What needs to be done for that to happen?
Yeah, it is. And actually, you've actually mentioned, remember the research is, that research we want to inform the 2027 elections. So that's the whole idea about the research. So what you're saying is for the young people, and actually we're talking about a youth bulge, which is inevitable. As City has said, 80% of the young people, of the population will be young people. So what you're saying is it possible to use these spaces, the digital spaces? We stop using traditional method of providing civic education, the barazas, the social halls. Now the shift is towards using social media, savvy ways of making sure the young people enjoys, learns, and see the need, right? But having said that, also we just need to appreciate the fact that I don't know what's happening to our country in terms of the cost of elections. I just need to push this a bit so that we also understand the context.
Some of the most expensive in the world.
Exactly. I'm sure you're aware. And you see, for the young people, the question is this: elections is expensive, both in terms of them vying. Right, because sometimes they need to vie for those elected positions, both young people, women, and people living with disabilities. But as you're aware, we're talking about if Kenya's elections are expensive. Just put in context, and I'm sure maybe you are aware about this information. The average around the world is you should be charging around $5 per voter. You can guess Kenya is $25 per person. So we are the highest in the continent, and then in the world we are second highest. It's only Papua New Guinea which has beaten us at 63. But there are a lot of contexts we need to look at, but let's compare with East Africa. So Rwanda, they are working at 1.07 in terms of their budget. Uganda, $4. Tanzania, 5.16. Right? Nigeria, who are our best, we can compare ourselves with Nigeria in many ways. They're doing at $8.6, and that's 70 million voters. So basically, now with all that, the young people, first we're saying this, elections in Kenya are very expensive, but the young people do not trust
the process or the system.
Exactly, do not trust the process and the system. They believe that IEBC is not independent, and they also believe that the elections are already decided. So they just go there to rubber stamp. The decisions are made in the boardrooms. That's what they're saying. The decisions are made in the boardroom. City wants to come in. And the point is this. When we were young, maybe we had civics in school. They were saying, at the moment, we are trying, but we're not doing very well in terms of teaching people about civic responsibility. It's a process, but we need to do more. Okay.
So, Siti has a question, but I'm going to ask you to hold your horses. Let's take a break on that and come back. Yes? All right. The Aga Khan University Hospital has just opened a specialty care center, and that's in Roysambu. And it's looking at providing specialist care right at your doorstep and making sure that certain services that you would look for, from dialysis to cancer treatment in terms of chemotherapy and to things like endoscopy that you might be looking for, will then be made available to you right where you are. It's in Jewel Plaza, right at the Roysambu roundabout, and it is then making sure that there are certain medical practitioners on board and specialists from oncologists to gastroenterologists, general surgeons, and internal medicine specialists, amongst others. Aga Khan University Hospital believes that quality specialized care should be available near where people work and live. You can get specialized cancer and kidney care at the Roy Sambu Specialty Center. Get onto the website for more information. That's www.aku.edu/AKUHN or call 0111 011 888. It's 28 minutes to the top of the hour, and remind you that showmax.com is where you can log on to right now and get access to all this great entertainment on Africa's upgraded streaming platform. And you can also get your live football matches. Click onto the Euros for 500 shillings on your mobile and watch all those matches live. That's www.showmax.com. Download the app on your Google Play Store or Apple App Store and get entertainment in HD at your fingertips.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga. CT Lodge.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It would die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the
Bukati,
same IEBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the like you've said, the B's and the P's. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite. Opposite. Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room. Spice. The only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 15 degrees, going to highs of 18 and lows of 14 today. And also into a sunny Nakuru at 16. It's 15 and sunny in Nyeri, and sunny conditions at 15 in Eldoret, going to highs of 24. Cloudy conditions in Mombasa this morning. We'll see highs of 28 and we'll see highs of 29. In a rainy Malindi at 26. And into Kisumu, it's sunny at 22 with highs of 29. Kakamega will go to highs of 28, where it's currently sunny at 21. Kampala is cloudy at 23 with highs of 27, and it's sunny at 24. In Dar es Salaam, going to highs of 29. Johannesburg at 9 degrees is sunny with highs of 19. And looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 28 with highs of 31. It's 18 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 22. And into Lagos, it's sunny at 26 with highs of 31. And at 22, Kinshasa is sunny with highs of 32 and lows of 21.
Welcome to Spice FM, the best exclusive radio station bringing.
Not doing too badly with traffic this morning. It has not been too crazy into the city today. And then also certain parts, I think, on tenterhooks in terms of what's going to happen today with protests if they do take place. But for now, it doesn't look too crazy. Coming out of Westlands onto Waiakere doesn't look too bad. Ngong Road has been looking good all morning. And let's take a look at now coming off of Thika Superhighway. Some traffic coming in from Survey through towards the tunnel. Traffic actually then does get tunneled. And going towards Muthaiga Square, some of that is pretty heavy. We'll take a quick look at Jogo Road, where there's traffic then going towards Landis, and then Outer Ring doesn't look too bad at all. Whatever was coming off the Eastern Bypass has cleared up completely, and you can now get onto North Airport Road without an issue, and then into the city. All right, Langata Road looks good as you get towards the Nyayo Stadium, and then onto Huru Highway, which we will see has started to clog up right around there for some time as you go into the CBD. Let's talk, guys. Spice FM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Youth and women participation in the electoral process and what it actually says and what it actually means is our conversation this morning with Joyce and Abubakar CT. You had a question as we're going to the break.
Yes. When you conducted this research, was there communication about what you would do with the findings with regards to informing those who had participated about this particular finding of the research that was conducted among them?
On Monday, we will be launching this report, and our intention is to share with each and every participant. The main agenda, though, was to give the recommendations to bodies like IEBC so that they take those recommendations into action in order to improve the 2027 elections. Now, Uraia is doing one of the dissemination. As you can see, we are already giving the public our findings on this SERA. It was called SERA, Consortium for Election Research Advocacy. Yes.
You mentioned something, Abubakar, about the independence of IEBC. IEBC actually is independent. Let me explain what I mean. Constitutionally, there are people who somehow seem to understand independence in the most reverse manner possible are the people who are appointed, elected, whatever process it is that we use to get them there. Because the powers that they actually have, clearly they don't use it for the purpose for which it is intended. And whether it is the commissioners or whether it is the CEO, our history with IEBC tells us that, yes, elections are important to us, and the process is one of those that politicians within this country insist they must participate. They insist they must have a say. And that insistence amounts to there being people who political parties have actually pointed to and said they will represent our interests. Remember, their interest, they will say it's the interest of the people, but clearly, after every 5-year electoral cycle, when we see what happens, it is clear that the people are not at the heart and center of what it is that was intended. Now, the demographic in this country that can change that is actually the people or that group of individuals whom we're talking about now. Because one, their numbers. One, as you explain the thinking, their likes and dislikes, it's actually a shift from what we call the norm. So they're change agents just by simply belonging to that particular bracket. Now, how that can be made a reality, we are beginning to see with these demonstrations. Yes, their whole approach to it, how they're going about it, how they're scaring the living daylights out of the political class. It's a wonderful thing to see. Yes.
So, yeah, maybe CT, just to say, I agree with you, and maybe because of time, but maybe two things. Number one, first, I agree with you that IEBC is independent, okay? However, there's a however, all right?
A big one.
A big one, all right? They're independent, they do their best, okay? But remember, even in terms of the budget, they really have to really struggle to get the resources they need to do their work, all right? Yes. The whole idea was they're supposed to get resources immediately without any delay. But you find in fact, part of the finding of the research is that why do we have this sort of voter apathy? It's because you find IBC gets resources late in the day, they start their work late in the day. Their voter education is crippled. They're rolling out in terms of even voter registration is late in the day. All right, number one. Number two, again, just in terms of independence and trust, Kenya have a trust deficit. In fact, why it's expensive, it's because our ballot papers have got features like currency. Whereas in other countries, they even use marbles as to count. I'm sure you know the story. Yeah. All right? We do not trust each other. I mean, maybe there's a reason. We need to find out. But the research said that we inherited a colonial...
Is it each other or is it the political class we don't trust? We trust you so long as you don't join that class. You join that class...
We change.
Yeah, we withdraw the trust.
Exactly.
Until you prove that we can trust you.
Exactly. So there's that issue of trust deficit. But the fact is, I agree with you that the youth are the ones who are going to change. And just for information, maybe another time you get some space, there's a research which was done in 2011.
You have time.
The research was done by Institute of Economic Affairs. It's called the Kenya Youth Scenarios. A serious research. This research, actually, if you read, you'll be surprised. What you're seeing now was predicted. That they said we're going to have like 4 scenarios. There's a tsunami, okay? And because we knew that by 2022, 2030, the youth bulge will be big. So the question is, are we managing the youth bulge? If you don't manage the youth bulge, there are scenarios which can happen. We'll have the tsunami scenario whereby the youths, we'll have educated youth, tech-savvy youth, and they'll start asking, are we getting value for our money? And they'll go. So even if this will fizzle out, the point is, it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. So don't worry.
This isn't going to fizzle out. The reason why, when I talked about earlier on about timing, technology has come in and is playing a very key role. We are in the information age. Okay? Now, you can't roll back that time. And the people who are most conversable with this age are the people we're referring to.
Exactly.
It is their age. It's them who actually get it. And they are actually using the tools that are available to us, which to people who are my age, we understand it with great difficulty. But it's fodder. It's what they live and breathe.
Exactly.
Now, once that engagement begins, it doesn't stop. It just morphs and changes, but it doesn't stop.
True.
Because there was a process that got the young people to the point we are at now. It's been happening over time.
True.
And even as we're speaking now, a lot of communication is taking place even as we speak. It took place the whole day yesterday, took place at night. It's going to continue. So long as that conversation continues, my point is, it will not stop.
It will not stop.
Yes.
So, is the research finding of what we see, is it alarming, Joyce? Is it alarming? And if so, what are some steps that can actually be taken to ensure that some of the things that might be alarming or that may be in a, for lack of a better word, uncomfortable situation for these two groups of people when it comes to elections, and you cited 2027, that then need to be done? Only 2 years, 3 years to get them done, but what are some of those?
It is alarming.
Okay.
Because in the field, we met youth who said they're never going to vote again. And there needs to be some effort to ensure that we change the minds of these youth. Now, first of all, how intentional are we when we try to bring these youth to vote? Are we just doing it to tick a box? Because we did research and now we're trying to, get more youth to be engaged. How intentional are we? Yeah? And I'm asking this question because there are a lot of civil society organizations who do these things merely for the fact that they're getting funding to do it. And the youth are so angry about it. Yeah? Because this is money that goes to a few individuals that benefits them personally instead of reaching the intended purpose. So my main big issue is intentionality. How intentional are we, or how intentional should we be when we go out there to try and address this problem?
Who's we?
Everyone. This is a holistic issue. Now I'm talking of civil society organizations, IEBC, the government, you and I. First of all, what is voter apathy? It encompasses a whole lot of things. It is not just about voting, but did you register to vote? What support did you give the person that you're supposed to be voting for? So there's a whole lot of issues that goes into voter apathy for it to then lead to the numbers.
The question about what it is that the youth would like to see in order for them to vote, did your research address this? What they'd like to see, how they would like, whether it is the process, whether it is the environment, whatever it is. Because they're not wanting to vote is there for a reason. So if we flip the question, what then would they need in order for them to be able to want to vote?
Reversing the trust deficit.
Exactly. And maybe just also to add, even to answer that question, we'll answer by looking at this. Why do they vote? At the moment, why are they voting? At the moment, the youth are voting because of three things. First, there's a wave, which is a combination of three things. They vote because of there's hope. They have hope. That's a good thing. They have a hope, but that hope is that the person they're voting in will go there, do good things for them, ensure there's the service delivery, there's, opportunities, etc. That's the hope. But the hope will only maybe make them wake up in the morning. So there's another thing which makes them go to the ballot paper. Unfortunately, it's the issue of money, bribery, all right? Many of the young people, even women and, people who are in the lower social economic levels, usually wait or hope that they'll get some little money, either 50 bob, less or actually that's what the research showed, that actually money bribery makes a big plays a big role in making the young people go to vote. But the third bit, which goes with the wave, is the issue of indoctrination. And here, what the research is saying is that many young people, and that category, SIGs, they're indoctrinated. They're being told by their leaders that actually, if you do not vote our people, all of us are going to be destroyed. That other community will come and take over, or will be thrown out from this constituency, etc. So there's that indoctrination. That's why you find even some people vote the 6-piece vote. You don't care who that is, so long as ni mtu wetu. All right. So actually, that's what the research is saying. So now, knowing that, the question is, what can we do to ensure that now they vote on issue based? And now you can see, since the young people are now becoming, they get into an age bracket where taxation, for example, makes sense. Okay, because remember, in fact, the research is saying that if you don't vote, it means you also do not participate you do not attend public participation events. That's where budgets are decided. That's where projects are initiated. So if you don't go for the social halls, public participation issues, decision will be made on your behalf, but you'll suffer. All right? So now that's the importance of really understanding why are you voting? Okay. Can you hold that leader to account? All right? And so I think so it's that's the way we're going to be moving forward.
So obviously we're dealing with a large number of the population. I mean, they're not even plugged into this system. The only thing that is plugging them in, again, according to this research that was done, is if there's going to be some kind of monetary compensation in order for me to do it. So that I don't even really care who I'm voting for. You wanted me to go, you're going to put something in my pocket, I'm going to go and do it. So for me then, the question would be, what must be done to have the realization of what you're saying, Okoh, that you are part of this system, that it affects you in one way or another, whatever you do. And if you make this vote, or if you're involved in this process from an informed perspective, then it really does change things down the line. Now, what do we need to do to get to that point where we're saying, plug into this system, be aware, be informed, ask questions, consume information and data about the person or the persons, and the reason as to what changes? Because if we realize the benefits of something, then we can understand why we should be involved in the process, isn't it?
True.
That if I can see who I do or do not vote for has a direct benefit on how I will eat, how I will live, how I will be educated, how I will work, how I will travel, how I will trade. How do we get us to that point whereby this huge bulge of the population is just not into
But they're already
this?
In the system. If, according to this research, monetary incentives gets them to vote. They are, in a way, plugged in. And we think it is adverse that it is the monetary. Across the population divide in this particular country, bribery is the norm for so many things. Even the people if we hear stories of people receiving money in toilets in parliament, the very seats of power. If we hear of people in authorities like ministers being involved in scandals. A scandal here simply means money which was intended for something has not gone to where it was intended, and the person is being told, please account for it. That is the politest way you can refer to theft. Now, the power of example, quiet, silent, but these are children, they watch and they observe and they read. And in many cases, they are far, far more informed than we are about certain things. And they see. And so the why not question comes in. We are seeing it being done. So why can't we get our share? And then there's this little thing about opportunity, equal opportunity, and then there's the engagement that we often refer to as employment, and the absence, which is really, this one's not even the elephant in the room, a reality that we live with every day. See, an ecosystem that seems to be tailor-made for apathy.
Actually, that's where we're going.
Yes.
Because even just in terms of what they're saying is, if you have a youthful population, which Kenya is going to have, if 80% would be a youthful population. I mean, that's a dangerous. It's a powder keg if it's not well managed. Because what they're saying is the economy can grow at 3.6%. That's okay, but if we don't have opportunities for employment, and these people are tech savvy, educated, chances of civil strife rises. Will be very high. All right, and actually that's an indication that you have this population. All right, they need to be accommodated, but if you do not do that, there'll be chaos. But just something else, which is also I just want to add. You see now, these young people, they're doing a very good job of they are coming out to fight for their rights. But one of the reasons, at least from what you've seen, is that part of their livelihood has been touched a bit. All right?
It's not a bit.
A lot. Very good. So you see, the question is, so now, since the part of their livelihood has been touched, now they feel aggrieved. And they have to do something.
So then that question, and that's where that question goes into, that what needs to happen? There needs to be something that catalyzes that, because there you go. This thing that was so important, which was getting you to engage before, money. Now you're seeing that something that could affect your livelihood directly then is being affected. So then you're likely to get more engaged in the process, because you see that the person that you put in that position could make or break that thing.
Exactly.
So this is what needs to happen to make sure then that folks are not just plugging in because somebody gave you however much and then you go vote 6 piece, like you say, through the whole thing you voted, you're done. But then interrogating these individuals, looking at where they've come from, who are they, what have they done, where are they involved in some kind, interrogating it, and be sure that you've made a decision about who will govern over resources, govern over administration that affects you. What needs to happen so that people are making those decisions beyond what you may get monetarily?
Now, I saw what happened yesterday, and most of the people who were in the streets, were the youth. And I think what needs to be happening right now is a revolution. The youth coming out in numbers to speak up and make sure that they are being heard. You know, the issue here is that we are not listening to them. I'm one of them, actually. We are not being listened to.
When you say revolution, what do you mean? You know I was going to ask you this.
Yes, exactly what I said.
It means different things to different people. What does it mean to you when you say revolution?
Speaking up, coming out to air our grievances, because we have been ignored for so long.
Then it has happened.
It happened.
Yes, because if, as Ndu says, this whole finance bill seems to have catalyzed something that has been brewing, and somebody's realized, wait a moment, I can't be removed from this. And yet, you young people are very polite because you're actually seeking conversation. You're actually saying, look, there are these things that are important to us and we'd like these things considered. It's polite. The demonstration was just a demonstration. Until now it was spiced up. Let me ask this question. This one I have to ask. This tear gas thing, because I don't understand it. Is it a policy that whenever there is a demonstration, tear gas must also be facilitated?
Actually, no. No, maybe it's wrong if you ask me, because when you look at the Constitution, Bill of Rights, Chapter 4, you have a right to peaceably assemble and even demonstrate. All right, yes. But in fact, now that's a very good question because unfortunately, in fact, I can tell you the Constitution 2010 has all the frameworks to ensure that first there's good governance. We have Article 10 on national values. Right, women, youth, elderly people are recognized in the Constitution. Of course, in Chapter 4, right? So, and then the issue of public participation, issue of ensuring that there's equitable distribution of resources, all the framework to ensure that we have a proper country there. But we are behind. We're not going in line with the Constitution. So, for example, even I remember we were working. We had a project to try and provide civic education to the police, right? Telling them nowadays you need to engage with the protesters differently, right? But of course, we didn't go very far. I hope that's something to be picked. But the point is, we're still using old methods, old constitutional thinking and order to manage a different situation, and that's where you can see this problem, and it's not going to stop. Most likely it's going to get even more maybe hotter. All right, so we need to move in sync with what's happening. But I also want to say this for the young people. We've been trying, even young people, women, and people living with disability. The framework is there to ensure that they have spaces to do. To vie for political seats, to ask for their rights. But it's only that maybe they're not using those spaces well. That's the point, right? So you'll find that when you go for public participation events, most likely you'll find many women because they're keen in terms of ensuring their health services, maternity services, etc. Young people, maybe not as much. Are you understanding?
Yeah.
So also they need to do their bit, that attend these kind of setups, all right? So that you get more information and you can engage. Of course, we have a constitutional order. Things are done, legislations are made, right? Of course, we have an opportunity to review the legislations if they do not make sense.
Yeah.
But why don't we also now try to be at the table when they're being discussed?
Indeed.
That's something else.
Indeed. Look, these are conversations that I think need to be happening regularly. And I think that even as you come closer to an election period, then things need to then become more engaging. But it's one that cannot stop. And we want to thank you at least for kicking that off and keeping that through this morning. Boubacar Said is an expert in democracy and governance, civic education and human rights advocacy. And we're also joined by Joyce Atieno, an anthropologist and diversity champion. Thank you for being here this morning. The conversation continues. It's 9 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. As Parliament is expected to vote on the finance bill today, Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino has continued his criticism against President Ruto's leadership as well as his proposals for the bill. He told Vibes Radio that the government's move to tax sanitary towels is inhumane as it will deny women dignity they deserve. He also said that the move is brutal, claiming that currently more than 60% of girls and women do not have the ability to buy the basic commodities.
Kenya hatuna industry yenye ina manufacture enough pads. Kama saizi ndio bado pads hazifikii watu kila mahali. Ukitembea hii Kenya, mimi nilipata chance ya kwenda the whole country presidential campaign. Mazee, ukiangalia wasichana wetu, kuna shame. Wasichana wetu wanatumia mchanga. Saa zile kuna periods, saa zile wako monthly cycles. Wasichana wetu wanatumia manguo. Wengine wanatumia ma leaves. Wamama wetu mazee, hakuna heshima, hakuna ile confidence. Yani ukitembea ukiangalia mtu hivi anakuambia mimi sitaki chakula na ako na njaa, nisaidie tuna pads. Mazee, alafu 60% of Kenyans cannot afford pads.
60%.
Alafu wewe out of nowhere na uko arrogant mbaya sana. Unasema hiyo pads sasa lazima tuiweke ushuru.
At the same time, he has asked the youth and Kenyans in general to use social media to pressure leaders to deliver on their mandate, and heaping praise on the youth and urge them to get out and protest against the government.
Na tutumie hiyo social media kuweka pressure, kupump pressure kwa viongozi, including myself. Hata mimi kama Babu Owino, ukiona penye nalegea, mazee, because I might not be perfect 100% and no human is righteous. Ukiona nalegea, nikumbushe respectfully, niambie babu, mazee hapa unachoma. Kwa sababu mimi ni servant wenyu. Biblia inasema a leader must be a servant. For you to lead, you must agree to serve. Jesus Christ washed the disciples' feet as a sign of servant leadership. Hii leadership yetu yenye sisi ni bosses, hii ni gani? A leader should not be a boss. Why do people line up? Because they are your bosses.
A showdown looms in various parts of the country as police plan to confront groups of the Occupy Parliament protesters. In Nairobi, for instance, a heavy contingent of police has been seen in various streets of the Central Business District and around Parliament buildings. The protesters, mostly the young generation, have vowed to march in various parts of the country to oppose the Finance Bill 2024. They indicated they would continue with the protest in various towns even as police termed the march as illegal. Police headquarters ordered regional police commanders to plan well and disperse the protesters to stop them from disrupting businesses. This meant the protest had been declared illegal. Meanwhile, the man who attempted to disrupt Treasury Cabinet Secretary Njuguna Ndungu's photo session outside the Treasury building on budget reading day last week has pleaded not guilty to charges leveled against him. Julius Kamau Kimani was arraigned before Milimani Senior Principal Magistrate Bernard Ochoi, where he was accused of creating disturbance in a manner likely to cause breach of peace. He denied the charges and was granted a cash bail of 10,000 shillings. And women in Trans Nzoia County have been encouraged to join cooperatives and small businesses to boost their economic activities during a session with the media after training a cohort of widows and elderly to empower them with income in Waingama area. Cooperatives officer Philemon Kirwa and Andrew Ndiema said women are the pillars of developing the nation.
As MSEA, Micro and Small Enterprises Trans Nzoia, we want to encourage the women at the grassroots level, produce locally, so that we don't depend on imported goods. But when we produce locally, we are creating employment locally for our women and the young people, so that we can have money in our pockets.
Naitwa Pastor Andrew Ndiema. Lengo kuu ni kuelimisha akina mama, sana sana wale ambao ni wajane na wale ambao ni aged, kwa sababu tumeona akina mama zetu wanakaa tu nyumbani, hawana mapato ya kuweza kujimudu kimaisha. Ndiposa kama kanisa tukakuja tukasema ni jambo gani tunaweza saidia community yetu ili pia waweze kuwa na kitu ya kujisimamia.
The women expressed their satisfaction with the training and called on the government to give them machines to make soap and other products.
Naitwa Lilian. Kama wamama tunajiita Mamis Jitambue Initiative. Tunataka wamama mjitambue ya kwamba mnaweza fanya kitu na msomesha watoto kupitia hata hii kazi ya sabuni. Tuko na hiyo knowledge. Tuta create job opportunity kama mamis, tutaajiri vijana. Tunaomba tu serikali kwa mambo ya standardization, a small and medium enterprise.
Naitwa Dorcas Njuguna. Through mamis tumepata kugundua hakuna kazi ambayo saizi tunaongoja kuajiriwa. Kwenye tunajiajiri kwa mikono yetu. Tunataka kuhimiza vijana wengi. Tusingoje kuandikwa kazi.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asada. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening at a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Traffic still continuing here and there is what we're going to say this morning. Reducing significantly coming off of Thika Superhighway, but we're seeing that all roads converging then towards Uhuru Highway into the CBD. Just after the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, heading out towards Bunyala Road, out towards Haile Selassie. It's going to clog up for some time. It's not looking too messy coming off of Thika Superhighway, at least for now. Tunneled through towards Pangani and then on to Muranga Road in this direction and Wangari Maathai Way on the other. That traffic that was heading through museums now looking a lot better. Uhuru Highways, I think, where we'll see most of that checking in now. All right, keeping an eye on things. Let's see what happens when we come out of traffic hour. We'll speak on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Indeed, getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Thursday, 9 minutes after 9 o'clock, and finishing that off with a conversation that takes us right into the halls of Bunge, and we will do that in a short while. Got to remind you, there's an amnesty, it's up for grabs, and KRA says, okay, we get it. For the year that ended 2022 December, the year that ended 2023 December, perhaps it's possible that there's some returns you did not file. Okay, fine. Taxes were not paid. Certain things did not happen. And then you've accrued penalties and interest because of that. Well, KRA says, you know what? The deadline is fast approaching. It's the 30th of June. However, you can actually apply for an amnesty. What does that mean? That we forgive you the penalties and interest, and we say, okay, fine, you have this amount to pay. And we can even say, in an installment fashion, let's get the principal paid. 30th of June, apply for the amnesty before that. How do you do that, you ask? Well, you can get onto the website. It's www.kra.go.ke. And there's a tab, iTax. Under that is the Debt and Enforcement tab. And again, under that, you'll find the amnesty application. Make that application, get it done. There are certain things we saw called something trigger. Other triggers we were told about yesterday. And once they see you, and they know that that's what you've come for, it immediately erases. So it's a really nifty thing. You can also call on 0711 099 999. That's 0711 099 999. So if you have many, many riches like C.T. Muga, he's going to tell you where you can put them.
Yes, I can. You all have the bank of your choice. But open your mind a little bit and think about other choices you may have that probably provide services you don't have or you haven't enjoyed. For instance, you have a personal mortgage and you're paying X amount. But are you paying 9.5% per year? And is it consistent at that rate for the duration of the mortgage? Well, Stanbic is telling you, come talk to us. That is something we can make possible for you. We can even buy it off your current banker. But they're also saying that there are other things we're doing right now, and we want to show you how serious we are.
Yeah.
We're saying if you have a dormant account, man, it can be undormant. It can actually, yes, it can be live and it can come alive again. If you don't have one, you can open one. But why? Is because once you take the process of either opening a new account or awaken the sleeping account and you deposit 50,000 shillings, that automatically puts you into a draw where on a monthly basis you are eligible for a draw that could earn you 200,000 shillings. First prize, first runner-up, 100,000. Second runner-up, 50,000. 3 months down the line, there'll be a grand draw. And you stand a chance of winning 1 million shillings. First runner-up, you stand a chance of winning 500,000 shillings. Second runner-up, you stand a chance of winning 300,000 shillings.
Wonderment.
But don't take my word for it. Go talk to Stanbic Bank and let them tell you themselves. These offers are real and they exist. Yes.
It's true. Switch to Stanbic today. Okay, so there is healthcare and then there's healthcare at your doorstep. All right. The Aga Khan University Hospital has opened a specialty care center at Roysambu. It's a Roysambu Specialty Care Center, and basically saying that, you know, healthcare has been brought to your doorstep for a certain number of issues that you might have or stuff that you might need taken care of, right? So we're going into a place where you say, okay, cancer care, dialysis, what is needed? The University Hospital has brought specialized care near you at the Roysambu Specialty Care, and the services are available are dialysis, chemotherapy, daycare surgery, and endoscopy. The following specialists are also available: oncologists, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, and internal medicine specialists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital believe that specialized care should be available near where people work and live. Get specialized cancer and kidney care at the center. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. All right, we're into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and our guest is here today. It was interesting because we said you are known by your AKA as opposed to your name. Usually we say Charles Timothy Muga, aka CT Muga. You're known by your AKA, but here you are this morning, and I'm very happy to have you in the room. Member of Parliament from Bakassi East, Babu Owino. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
Happy to be here by the grace of the Lord.
Amina. Karibu sana.
Asante.
We want to welcome you properly before we get into today's conversation.
Yes.
CT has gone to Mauritius and he's brought the proverbs back from Mauritius for this week. And then you'll tell us what it means to you and how you interpret that.
Okay. A hen cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
A hen
cannot lay eggs and hatch them all on the same day.
You want me to respond to that?
Of course. Yes. What does it mean to you? How would you interpret that proverb?
That a hen cannot deliver eggs on the same day and hatch them on the same day. It means that that everything must take time. There has to be a procedure for things, a process. It's just as equal as a child cannot be born on the same day and the child starts running. So
except it's a horse, but okay. Carry on.
Yeah, so I think it's just about the process, just to allow the process to take its course and patience. So to me, it's about time.
It's about time.
Yes.
Okay. Babu, there's certain things that are happening in the country at the moment. High cost of living, it has been an issue for the longest time. And we brought this to the House of Parliament where you're seated. The finance bill, of course, again, being heavily debated. Last year was a historic year because there were, everybody was engaged. And now this year, I argue that people are now engaging at a more informed position than where they were last year. So there are very many things where you have a citizenry that is starting to get a lot more active because they're informed. And we've brought it to the House of Parliament, whereby people are saying, where has Parliament been? Where have the members of Parliament been who are supposed to be representing people when these decisions are being made? Right now, a critical decision is being made in the House of Parliament. Deliberations are going on about whether a finance bill will pass or not. And whereas it is in the House of Parliament, the question is still being asked, where are the members of Parliament? Where are you?
In Parliament, there are in the House there are two sides. There is the opposition and there is the government. Then there are some members of the opposition that crossed over to the government because of probably being bought and probably seeing grass being greener on the other side. As opposition, under the doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances that was opined by a great man called Charles Louis, the second at Baron de Montesquieu in the 17th century. He came up with that idea to keep checks and balances to the government. And that is what we in opposition, we decided to keep checks and balances. We can't say that all of us are doing that job. Some of us have been bought, but the few who are there, we will spread the word. And the Bible says that in the beginning there was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. So we will just start kidogo kidogo, as just the way you say that a hen. But it is time for now. It is time that we need to stand up for our people. The reason why we were elected as members of Parliament is to work for our people, is to ensure that we keep the government in check so that they can deliver the promises that they gave unto Kenyans. But not all hope is lost. Today we are going to vote. Babu Owino is going to vote against the finance bill. He's going to vote no. Why? Because the finance bill is oppressive. It doesn't matter if all the other members of Parliament vote for it. But for me as Babu Owino, I will vote against it because it is oppressive. Increasing taxes to Kenyans means that you're increasing the cost of living, means that you're taking jobs away from them, means that our children will not go to school, means that the country is going to be destroyed and our future is going to be destroyed. And as Babu, I will stand by that. So I urge fellow members of Parliament not to go the way of listening only to their principles, but to break that yoke, but to break that chain and ensure that they make the right decision, because the first bosses that we have are the Kenyan citizens. Those are the people who elected us to represent them, not to misrepresent them. Yes.
Is there an understanding across board of this thing that you're saying in Parliament? I mean, we'll bring it to you, whereby we see the things that are happening in the country over the last couple of days, and we have a younger population now who is actually saying the same thing that you're saying right now, that we will not take an oppressive tax regime, that our thoughts must be taken into consideration. Is this the same thinking across board, across the members who are supposed to be representing these people who are protesting on the streets?
These people are represented by members of Parliament. Every person comes from a constituency, and therefore they have a member of Parliament. Then members of Parliament are to decide which side they want. Do they want the oppressive side, or do they want the side that is with the people? People are hurting. People are not coming out on the streets just because they love being on the streets. People are coming out on the streets because they are hurting, because they can't get fees for their children, because these Gen Zs who are just out the other day, most of these people are in universities. If you look at the new funding model for the universities, varsity fees was increased. The least course is costing around 300,000. That is a social science course. 300,000 times 4, 1.2 million. Then you expect a mama mboga who gets 100 shillings per day, a boda rider who makes only 100 to 200 shillings per day, to finance, to get this school, to get 1.2 million to take a child to school for 4 years. It means that this child will finish high school, will pass exams, but the life will end there. So it means a lot for Kenyans to come out and to talk about it. And the good news is that every electioneering cycle, Kenyans have an opportunity to go and elect, to go and correct the mistake that they made. So for me,
I think members of parliament, this still goes back to you. Today is a decisive moment. A moment where you decide to choose the oppressors, the devil, or a moment where you decide to be on the side of the Almighty God. Because the voice of the people is the voice of God. Vox populi, vox Dei. People have spoken. Open your ears, open your eyes, listen to the people, see your people. They are suffering. You might not be suffering, but remember that the clothes that you wear are bought by these taxes.
Have you always been on this move? Because now it's what is looking, it's, being called a movement already, people coming out and speaking in a manner in which has not happened before. Have you always been part of the movement, or does it seem like something that you're joining now as Babu Owino?
You didn't know Babu Owino today. Neither did you know him yesterday. Babu Owino has always been known as a person who fights for the oppressed, because I believe that in the end, God will punish both the oppressor and the oppressed equally. The oppressor shall be punished for oppression. The oppressed shall be punished for accepting oppression. Therefore, Babu Owino's school of thought comes from the idea that way back in the university, when I was a student leader, having led for 4 terms, the reason why they kept on re-electing me is because of fighting for the rights of the students, and to a larger extent, the rights for their parents. If university fee was increased, it was affecting the students and affecting their parents and affecting the whole country. If help delayed, a student could not go to class. Why? Because you don't have money for even accommodation, for food, for books, for exams, for class. And therefore, Babu Owino has always been known as a champion of human rights. And that is where I stick to, because of where I came from. Where I came from does not allow me to oppress people. Where I came from does not allow me to let that mama mboga not have her daily bread. Where I come from, having lacked school fees, if you tell me that your child lacks fee, I know what it is to lack fee. If you tell me that you don't have food, I know what it is to go without food, because at some point I went without food. If a youth tells me that they've been arbitrarily arrested, I know what it is to sleep in a cell. So I know when I see a youth, I see myself. When I see a youth, I remember where I came from. When I see a mother, I remember my mother who was selling changa to bring me up. When I see a father going from Mjengo, I remember my father who was also struggling to go to Mjengo, who only left us with a bicycle. So I know what it is for a common mwananchi on the ground. So Babu is not about today. So this movement is a movement that it started long ago. Most of the Gen Zs who are here right now used to see us. We were demonstrating. I'm a millennial. There is no big age difference. We can be within the same age bracket, age sets, not age mates. Age sets, right? So we believe in the same ideology, and I would urge them, we proceed, because it is only you and me, you Gen Z and Babu as a millennial, that we can fight together to liberate this nation. We only have the chains to lose, nothing else to lose.
Hey, my goodness. I'm listening to Comrade here. Yes. Sometimes opportunities are missed simply because someone wasn't tuned in to what was happening around them. We have an opportunity here. Why am I thinking of this? My mind goes back to 2002, when the Time magazine stated that the most optimistic citizens on the planet at that time were Kenyans. Now, why do I talk about missed opportunity? The ODM leader, Raila Odinga, had worked with President Kibaki, and the understanding was that he would be given a position as Prime Minister. President Kibaki and his friends and his cohort decided to go back on their word. An opportunity that had presented itself in a way that very few things had in this country was missed at that point in time. And look at where it has taken us. Look at the years we have spent trying to regain that moment again. And I'm saying the moment has come. You know why I say that? Because if you look at the age of the people we're talking about, some of them were born around that same time. Some had been born around that time, but they were children. Now it's taken that generation to come up and say, you know something, perhaps we need to do something and carry this torch and give it another impetus. Now, the moment is because the percentage of citizens in this country under the age of 35 is 80%. That's a huge demographic. Huge. There are details about those who have registered, those who haven't registered. But more importantly, there's something that I have seen. The ability to use the tool of the age. This is the information age. It's called social media. And I'm looking at the power that social media has in getting people together, sending messages, organizing. No big rally, but the rally was had on social media. The consents were given on social media. The understanding was given on social media. Now, it's building. Why I'm saying it's building? Because I'm reading and I'm looking. Tomorrow, other parts of the country will join. Yesterday, Mombasa joined. This is not a moment that anyone who is in political leadership should ignore. Because you ignore it, it'll sweep you aside completely. By the time you have a situation where you read on the posts, on your social media platforms, security officer has been told, we know you. We know who you are. We know where you live. We know where your children go to school. We know you. More importantly, members of parliament, we also know you.
Is that the question that's being asked?
Yes, we know you. We know who you are. And we're looking and waiting to see what you're going to do. You know why? We've also figured out how to recall you.
Yeah.
Does it come to your doorstep in that way? Because now this is it, that the thing that has been asked or the thing that is expected, and I'm looking specifically at members of parliament because here it is where that decision is supposed to be made and you continue to debate and vote today. Does it come to your doorstep when you realize that now there is an outward expression and very clear that folks are saying no more, not business as usual, and that's for Babu Owino. That is for anybody else who is in parliament to say, no, guys, we're not going to take this anymore. How does that resonate with you?
You know, Wananchi are our bosses. These are the people who elected us. We live because they are. They are the people who need these services, and they should be given services. They should never beg for it. We should work for them, and they should never say thank you, and they should always ask for more, because they gave us the responsibility to work for them. And having given us that responsibility, it is our inherent and inalienable duty to ensure that we deliver that which we promised them. But people right now are hopeless. Why? Because they elect leaders. Leaders do nothing. I want to agree with the people that in the house, the floor, the parliament, people are compromised. People are cheap. They are not visionary. They are missionary. They have a mission to take money, a mission to destroy the lives of Kenyans, a mission to vote for the president and not against the president, and not for the people.
What makes you say that? And I'm asking that question like this because if I see an apple on a tree, then I know it is an apple tree.
Yes.
Now you're saying these guys are missionary in the sense that they want to follow the way. So what makes you say that?
If you had the debate yesterday and the mood, it was clear the house was divided. You could see the Azimio members of parliament against the bill, or debating against the bill. You could see the Kenya Kwanza members of parliament debating for the bill. You heard one member of parliament saying clearly that he will vote where the boss wants. And several of them were saying that. Even the female members of parliament, they said that, you know what, we are voting for our boss, and their boss is the executive, is Ruto. That is why I'm making I'm talking about, I'm making that decision.
They were actually using the word boss or leader.
They were talking about their leader.
Which means they've missed the point completely. That is not their boss.
And that is why I'm saying they are missionary leaders. We want visionary leaders. Vision with a vision to transform
the world, a vision to transform Kenya, a vision to give jobs, a vision to represent and not to misrepresent facts, a vision to ensure that you and I live in a conducive or an enabling environment. And I do agree with Wananchi even when they issue, let me call it the threats. They are justified. They should do it more. Even if Babu Owino is not working, you have a right to tell me, because you elected me to work for you, for the people of Embakasi's constituency, for Kenyans. If you see Babu is not doing something right, please let me know. I'm a work in progress.
Do you think the members of parliament should be recalled?
I think so. Those who are not working, it is in the constitution. There's a constitutional right for the people that they can follow a proper laid down strategy to recall members of parliament. And it can happen. Let it happen so that they can learn. For those who are not working, let them be recalled. If you can't recall them now, recall them at the ballot in 2027. But either way, let them be recalled for those who are not working.
The finance bill and its debate just gives an eye into then other things that would be happening, within the National Assembly. That it is not just this, that it's other issues as well. So it just means that there's a culmination of all of that. That really then, what else happens in Parliament that should not be happening? Or what else happens in Parliament, what doesn't happen that should be happening? So this gives us, because now people can see how it directly affects them. But then I'm worried about the other things, small things, big things, debt ceiling that is passed, structures that are put in place, things that are passed. If truly, Babu Owino, like you say, that people are beholden to who their party leader is, or who the executive is, or whatever the case may be, if that is the case, then really things are really bad, are they not? Because if those are the decisions that are made in Parliament, if that is how oversight, if that is how representation, if that is how legislation is being made in this country along those lines, then I think that there's a spot of trouble that Kenya is in currently.
I want to tell you that we have a big problem. If you talk about the issue of the debt ceiling in the first place, the debt that we have in Kenya is over 10 trillion. Domestic debt being around 48%, with foreign debt being around 52%. We don't have a problem with domestic debt. Why? Because that is money that is circulating within our country. But we have a problem with the foreign debts. Number one, to borrow. There's no problem in borrowing, but you borrow for what? If you borrow for recurrent expenditure, that is wrong. If you borrow to steal for corruption, that is wrong. If you borrow for patrimonialism, to please the keys to power, to please those who are around you, that is wrong. There was a great man called Franco Modigliani, an Italian-American economist, who came up with the theories of consumption. And he said clearly, under the theories of consumption, he came up with a theory called life cycle hypothesis, that you can enjoy what you ought to have enjoyed later on in life. You can take a loan and enjoy it now, and as long as you repay for it. Any debt that is a debt for corruption, a debt for recurrent expenditure, a debt for patrimonialism is called unproductive debt. It is not debt that is helping. But any debt that is for development is good debt. But Kenya, we borrowed and we stole. We borrowed to steal. When the moment this money was stolen by the government, there is no money for development. Therefore, we are left to repay this loan. So that is a shame. Number two, the central bank rates. In terms of borrowing, the loans, we are still there. In domestic borrowing, the commercial banks go to CBK to borrow. The rates has hit a high 13%, almost the highest in Africa. What does this mean? Two things will happen. The commercial banks will also lend to the consumers, to people on the ground, to people who want to start up their industries or to boost their businesses. What will mean is that the interest rates for borrowing will go high. The moment it goes up, it means that either that person will close the industry because they will not have an opportunity to take that loan or repay it at a higher rate. Right. Or number two, the moment that person borrows at a higher interest rate, then what will happen is that the goods that are manufactured in that industry will automatically go up. You will increase the value, which will increase the high cost of living because the burden of cost will move to the common mwananchi. So what does that tell you? That even the central bank rates that are raised, that are high, are going to raise the cost of living. So when it comes to issues of parliament and the decisions that we make in parliament. When we look at this finance bill, which is now the elephant in the room, this finance bill, the taxes that have been imposed. Yesterday I had Honorable Kimani Chungwa stating clearly, together with Kimani Kuria, that you know what? That we've only imposed taxes on imports. Right? The best way, and I saw Mexico dealing with this challenge, it is called absorption, foreign absorption. When Mexico realized that Americans were investing so much in Mexico, they decided to raise taxes for the American companies so that they boost the local companies. It worked perfectly well because they were ready. Now come back to Kenya. You raise taxes for imports, which is very good, but you are not ready because Kenya depends on 80% of imported goods. 80%.
Net importer, yes.
Okay? Then with that, in the manufacturing industry, you are not ready. In the agriculture, which is a primary sector, you are not ready. In the service industry, you are not ready. Service industry contributes 65% to the economy. Then the primary sector, which is agriculture, contributes 19%. Then you go to manufacturing, which are industries. Manufacturing, construction contributes 16%. So if we are not ready with the industries in Kenya to provide jobs and to manufacture goods, and we are not ready with our agriculture to produce enough so that the 55 million Kenyans can consume, it means that Kenyans will overutilize what is available. Then the next option available is that the demand will shift and go to the imported goods. They will find those imported goods at higher costs, right? Which will further raise the cost of living. So what he was trying to say is that, he's trying to say that we are boosting local industries. You cannot boost the local industries if it is not sufficient to provide for all. Boost them, yes, but build more industries. The moment you build more industries, people will get more jobs. You will spur up the economy. But you cannot purport to increase the imports, money for the imports, and then you want to say blanketly, as if people don't understand economics, blanketly, that, you know what, we are killing those people so that we promote local industry, where the cost of living is going to even triple. And let me, as I finish on that point, when it comes to issues of imports, money leaks to other economies. The money that we are going to make, we are going to pay it into other economies, which is called foreign absorption. That needs to be keyword. What we need to spur up is domestic absorption, where we manufacture more, we produce more, let money circulate into the system.
So, but are you trying to tell, look, it wouldn't take a genius to understand what you're saying. And it is very clear that that's just how economies, progressive, developed economy, that is how it runs. It's clear. So are you trying to tell me that there's no understanding? Because it would seem as though it's in the House of Parliament where this understanding is not taking place.
There is no understanding because of the people advising the president. Because they should advise him right. And you can't advise our president. In fact, our president is the one who advises his advisors on how to advise him. Okay? So what is happening in Bunge, which also has parliamentarians who are also advising the president, is that they've put a blind eye. The other day we were treated to a PR exercise in State House, right? Where all these issues were captured during public participation, where during that process people expressed their views, but they didn't want to listen. Then they take the bill, they take it to State House, they amend it in State House, instead of the bill being amended in Parliament, right? So that tells you that Parliament is deeply captured. Parliament is not independent. It is dependent on the executive, right? And then there's a strategy called decoy strategy or maneuver strategy that the state was using. The maneuver strategy states that bring all the bigger challenges that we will reject later on, bring them to Kenyans, and at the same time, bring the one that you want to pass, chini ya maji, iweke somewhere else, then tell Kenyans that, bread will increase, pampers will increase, sanitary towels will increase, 2.5% tax on motor vehicles. You cause chaos all of a sudden.
and become so chaotic, then you solve that same problem by saying, you know what, we've had you, we've dropped them. The problem is not that alone. The problem is the whole bill. They shall have passed theirs, and the inclusion of that is the tax imposed on the imported goods, which is going to be a bigger challenge for Kenyans. So there's a lot happening, and I just wish that the president would open his eyes, because he's at the helm of the seat, he's the person who is the head of the executive and very responsible, and controls parliament directly. And therefore, the parliamentarians who are in fear, those people, I want to tell you, they fear Ruto.
What is going to happen today if those things are happening? Because essentially, constitutionally, it is an independent body, parliament, supposedly. But what you've told us now is that makes decisions at the behest of the president, sings the tune, where there is the executive, which should be operating in its independency, right? There's the legislature, and then, of course, there's the judiciary. Questions of the integrity of the independence of these bodies have come up regularly. Now, by your own admission, and the admission of many over time, has been that this just does not exist. So, what hope are Kenyans supposed to have today, just today, the 20th of June, where the voting is supposed to take place, for which people went to the streets and protested, for which they want to go and protest again today and have been doing it around the country? I have to ask then, what hope then does there lie for Kenyans? If you're already telling us we can predict the outcome already.
Members of parliament should listen to the people. But between now and 2 p.m. that we're going to start voting, those who must change their minds in support of the people that elected them. Let them not depend on their own boss. Let them depend on the people's will. And I want to tell you that as a member of parliament, as Babu Owino, I am going to vote no. That one vote is going to go to Kenyans. I don't know what others are going to vote, but personally, I'm going to vote against the finance bill, because I know that finance bill is not only going to affect the future of Kenyans, but also the future of my own children. So that finance bill, if I vote no, I've also helped myself. So my vote is going to be with the Kenyans. I don't know what other members of parliament, the decision they will make, that is their own decision. They will carry their own cross.
What happens after?
After, I'm planning as Babu Owino, should it go through, then personally, first of all, I will move to court, and then I also urge Kenyans to proceed with the demonstrations until Ruto listens. These demonstrations are constitutionally allowed. They are enshrined in the constitution. Let them express their views in the streets. Because the power vests with the people. Article 1, sovereignty vests with the people. It is the people, for the people, by the people, and with the people.
What does it look like in terms of a future whereby we see that, some of the things that you've described, where essentially an economy will be throttled because of, extra taxes, imposing taxes, and then we want to say that other things then must run in the country? What does that outlook look like from your point of view, where legislation, representation and oversight definitely then again lands at your doorstep? What does it look like? And I think we need to go back to that even as we look. It's not just, there's the whole political drama, there's all the, there's all the pomp and everything that is around this whole debate and what's going to happen in parliament, who will be missing, who will not go. But the nitty-gritty of the thing is that should it pass, there's certain things that will actually come into place. Paint a picture about what are some of those things, kind of like what you did. Paint a picture. What does it actually look like for us to be able to understand that a little bit more?
Generally, the passage of the finance bill, as I said earlier, generally affects the economy of the state. The economy of our nation will generally turn upside down. So if I take an example of a bill that was, for example, the 2.5% on motor vehicle, that again, there must be an amendment that has to be brought to remove it, because it has already been tabled.
Yes.
So as at now, the bill is as is whole with everything. So then if you take 2.5% tax on motor vehicle, what does this mean to Kenyans? Number one, that the premiums will increase in the insurance companies. The moment premiums increases, people will opt not to go the comprehensive way because of high cost, because the disposable income is constant and the expenses have increased. So the moment you increase that, people will forgo the comprehensive insurance premiums. They will opt for the third parties, and even those third parties will also increase because of the increment in the taxation. Therefore, people will also skive it. So the moment that happens, number one, corruption will increase in Kenya because the people will want to make fake insurance. Okay, the police officers now will be very, very corrupt, and people will move around without they'll move without insurance. Number two, the insurance industry will be killed. How will it be killed? Because it is a service industry that contributes 65%. Insurance, banking, education, health. The moment it contributes that, the moment the taxes are high and people are not paying premiums, which the insurance companies are depending on, it means that they will lay off workers. Okay? Because they can't meet their expenses, the expenditure. So therefore, people will lose jobs. The moment people lose jobs, and people will lose jobs at the level of even a mechanic, where now people will be putting their vehicles nyumbani. They will not want these vehicles to be repaired because they don't want to use them. And the moment they are not used, they are not having issues, there are no repairs, there are no maintenance, right? A mechanic on the ground will lose that job. A person selling spare parts for these vehicles will also lose the job. So it goes down, down, down deep to the people. The moment you increase the tax on bread, it means that a bread, a bread weighs 400 grams. One slice of bread is around 38 to 40 grams. That small bread, if you put 16% VAT on it, it means that it moves from 65 shillings to 75.4 shillings. Then that means that there will be low demand for this bread. What the government does not notice is that they think that if you increase tax, then you will collect more money.
Right.
It means that the moment you increase taxes, you create less demand. Because let's say if 1 million people are not consuming bread, it means that the government will not receive that money, right? So the demand is low. The moment demand is low, supply will also be low. Then the company will notice that our bread is not being bought because they are expensive. They will close down. People will still lose jobs. So it is also another way of closing down industries instead of building more industries. So these taxes that are punitive are going to make people lose jobs to the ground level. They are going to make people lose a lot. Look at the sanitary towels, my sister. We are not ashamed of ourselves as a country. We are now taking the dignity of our girls and our mothers and our women. 60% of people, of women in this country, cannot afford sanitary towels. You go to different counties, people are using leaves, people are using clothes, people are sitting on the soil. I got an opportunity to campaign during the presidential campaigns. People are hurting. And again, now on top of that, you are adding tax to 60% of people who cannot even afford this. And for even those who can afford, now it will even go down because the demand will be low. Even those industries, few industries that are manufacturing pads in Kenya, will lose the money that they require, therefore they will close down. People will still lose jobs. So even the dignity, look at diapers, even our children. So rais anadharau watoto, hataki kuwaona wakiishi, wanataka turudi kwa nappies. At the same time anadharau wale wa Kenya ambao wamebaki. At the same time is introducing taxation on furniture, and furniture, that is where we make our coffins, anadharau also the dead.
How?
So
okay.
You are not liked while you are alive,
and even when you're dead.
Hated when you are dead.
Okay.
So I don't know what
so
he wants.
This is the counter question then. How would an economy, a nation, raise the money that it needs to then be able to run the economy? How would that happen?
Perfect.
How would that happen?
There was a great recession in the United States of America in the year 1929 under the President Franklin D.
Roosevelt. Yeah.
What did he do? He gave a speech and told people that the only thing to fear is fear itself. He further looked further and went back to Great Britain and got a gentleman called John Maynard Keynes, who wrote a book called The General Theory and came up with the Keynesian theory. What does the Keynesian theory states? It says that for you to spur up an economy, for you to grow an economy, put money into the pockets of the people, of the common mwananchi. The moment you put money into the pockets of common mwananchi, what will happen? That mwananchi will go to a shopkeeper. I want to break it down so that Kenyans can easily understand it. That mwananchi will go to a shopkeeper and buy flour, buy unga or sugar. If many of wananchis go and buy sugar or unga, that shopkeeper will see that the demand is high, right?
Right.
The moment the demand is high, the shopkeeper will employ more people to help him sell, right?
Yes.
At the same time, we'll communicate to the industry that the demand is high, I need more supplies, right? So when the demand is going high, the supply will go up also. Now at the industry, they will manufacture more, right? Because the demand is high on the ground. As they manufacture more, right? As they manufacture more, they will employ more people to help them in the manufacturing. That is creating more jobs. At the same time, at the industry, they will communicate to the farmer and say, we want more raw materials. Even the farmer on the ground will employ more people. And produce more.
And so that's
right?
how it is
now,
spread.
It is as easy as that.
This is what is taught. It's taught to students of economics in university, those who study relations of nations and things like this.
Perfect.
So my question is, this happens also at Treasury that sits here. It happens. They're advisors. They're experts. They do this. And where is the demand for even that information to come through? Why would it, for something that seems so obvious, right, not come from the experts that design such bills, right? And we wait, or rather go the taxation way as opposed to the spurring of the economy way? And why are these questions not asked? Because it seems like it's something that is so obvious.
Because Kenya is captured.
Oh,
Kenya
come on.
Captured by
is that the reason that we continue to give and say there's capturing from the West bubble, there's capturing in Parliament, everybody's captured. So what?
Leave even Parliament out of this. When that decision is being made, it is bigger than Parliament. This boils down to what I will not go deep into, to IMF and World Bank. Okay? It boils down to IMF and World Bank. Their policies made the ex-president, the former president Daniel Moi, be very unpopular. The same policies are being implemented by President Ruto. And if I go deeper into it, I shall be stepping on so many toes. And that is why we cannot want to spur up the economic growth, because Kenya must not grow. The simplest way to grow Kenya.
What reason would a president have to sabotage, or anybody to sabotage his own economy at the behest of international institutions?
To please the international institutions.
To the disadvantage of millions of Kenyans for the maintenance of power.
We know what happens in elections in Kenya, and we know the promises that are given. We know during any presidential election what happens. You must be a stooge for you to sit there, and you must sing their tune. I just don't want to go deep into it, but I know so much about it. And therefore, let me ask you a question. If you are a reasoning president, which I know Ruto is reasoning, why don't you, the loans that you take, build industries, promote agriculture, promote the service industry, bring development, build roads, build more infrastructure?
These are questions that you are supposed to be putting to them, is it not?
I'm putting the questions to him. The moment you do that, the moment you build industries, let's say that there are 2 industries in every county in this country. What will happen? More Kenyans will get jobs. More Kenyans will earn. Kenyans will pay taxes. Government will raise revenue. As simple as that. As simple as that.
Mheshimiwa,
yes.
There are African countries where presidents or countries have actually resisted this push from these international lenders, Egypt being one such country. Within this particular country, Kibaki encountered similar push. He did not succumb. He went east. He took us there.
Yes.
I'm simply saying that everything you said is absolutely true, and it's not difficult to understand. Even the power that you speak of, that politicians and people who aspire to be political leaders seek, it's easy to understand. But let me ask you a political question, all right? You are in the opposition.
Yes.
Yeah? We now have a situation where we have young people who, from our reading of it, have mobilized themselves. They have not engaged the political leaders. In fact, if I'm to go by the clips that I heard They're simply saying, look, we now understand what you guys were doing, but we
can handle this.
Yes. Well, so they say and so they think, okay? And it is good that they're thinking that way, and it's good that they're saying it. My question is, are they raining on the opposition's parade, or are they following a script that the opposition has written, or does the opposition have a hand in what is happening?
What I can say is that this is a collective responsibility. We are all Kenyans. If you see something is not working and you can fix it, come out and fix it. That is what I believe. If you see that your leaders are failing you and you can do it better than that leader, come out and do it. And that is what they came out and did it, because they've noticed that, these leaders are making us more hopeless. They are not delivering what they promised. They are not helping us. Therefore, let us go on the streets and let us get that which we want. And for me, that is a plus, because it is a collective responsibility. If Babu alone cannot do it, we have to come back. We have to all unite. When we were fighting for independence of this country, people had to unite to fight against the colonial powers. So we must come together. So for me, what I would answer is that it is a collective responsibility. If you see something is messing up, correct it. And they are doing it. And with the like-minded leaders, like myself, we will join them. We are with them. We are part of them. Because they are our brothers and our sisters. And we know what they are going through.
How will voting take place in Parliament today?
If I can predict, is that Azimio will vote no, save for a few Azimio members who have jumped the ship to be on the other side. But Kenya Kwanza will vote yes, as things are, based on the debates that were going on yesterday and that are currently going on now in the morning. So it is just as clear as that.
You don't see a situation where people who support the executive would vote against this bill?
I don't see a situation, because those people are fearing so much, and you talk to members of parliament.
What exactly could happen
and
to
that
you?
Is why, and that is why I'm worried about, because you are a leader who was elected by the people, your power comes from the people. Then all of a sudden, so many of them have confided in me, telling me, Babu, you know what? As we are just scared of our positions, they are fearing.
But they're members of parliament.
But they're members of parliament that have been voted by the people, like you say. They cannot be fired because they were not appointed.
That's why they are useless members of parliament. Because they should make a decision to stick with the people. Because that fear alone, why are you fearing? Because either way, will Ruto kill you?
Well, I guess maybe they feel that they owe the position they have to him and his party.
No, the position is owed to the people. It is the people who elected. There are certain situations where people were given tickets but failed. So it means that the power belongs. It is the people who elect.
Right. The people gave them that seat.
The mandate, yes.
Yes.
Is there hope that the people of Kenya can have in a parliament that's still going to be here for the next 2.5 years or so, whereby we see things happening in this manner and things that affect everybody then are folding in this way?
Nothing is lost. There's still hope, because politics is fluid. It's fluidal in nature. It changes. A lot can still happen. The other day you could see the decoy again between the fight between the deputy president and the president. You could hear some MPs from this side fighting the other side, in-house wars, sibling rivalries. I can tell you that even towards 2022 elections, there were shifts in camps, right? And some decisions were made right, some decisions were made wrong in parliament. So I can tell you that there's hope, because a lot can still happen in politics. People can shift camps, and people can start reasoning and join those who reason, the voice of reason like us.
All right. Well, thank you for being here this morning. Babu Owino, Member of Parliament in Embakasi East. Good luck at 2 p.m. Let's see what happens as we go through the day. Thank you once again for being part of
bless you.
Kenya's biggest conversation. Asante. Good morning, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, God willing. It's 10 a.m.
It's now 10 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.